Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Instructor Benjamin Bilal greeting you. Please take the time to introduce yourself one by one and then put yourselves on mute and we'll be ready to start. Thank you all for being here in these numbers and for being on time. Start again with Michael Hameen, please.
Michael Hameen, Jacksonville, Florida, Senior Instructor. Assalamu alaikum.
William Safir, Atlanta, Georgia. Assalamu alaikum.
Kareem Abdul Salam, Memphis, Tennessee.
Senior Instructor Fida Biya, Atlanta, Georgia, by way of Griffin. Assalamu alaikum.
Ezekiel Abdullah from Atlanta, Georgia. Assalamu alaikum.
Khalif Majid. Salamun alaikum.
This is Abdul Shaheed, Atlanta, Georgia. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam, my friend.
Assalamu alaikum. Habiba calling from Camden, New Jersey.
Alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum. Sophia Farid from Bermuda.
Alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum, Fatima, Florida.
Alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum, Amina Adcock from Oakland, California.
Alaikum assalam.
Senior Instructor Imam Adib Abdullah, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum, Mikhail Abdessamad, Dallas, Texas.
Alaikum salam.
Those of you coming into the queue, please introduce yourselves and tell us where you're calling from, please, and then mute your phones.
Assalamu alaikum. Beverly Kawasar Murad, Deltona, Florida.
Alaikum salam.
Khalil Sultan, California.
Assalamu alaikum. Leon from Virginia.
Assalamu alaikum, beloveds. This is Bayina Hamid in Augusta, Georgia.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
I'm Bilal, New Orleans, Louisiana. Peace to all the listeners and the instructors.
Salamun alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Someone calls it the division of labor. How do you do it? You keep getting burst down. Everyone gets more touchy.
Okay, I have muted all of the callers and I'm asking you to keep your phones on mute. We will be beginning in approximately 60 seconds. Thank you once again for being on time. We are beginning officially with the phrase Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, which translates into English as with Allah's signature, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. And I translate the Arabic word ism in Bismillah or bi ism Allah. It is normally translated as name, but it can also be translated for more accurate understanding as signature. And the English word signature simply means signs in nature. That's how Allah teaches you. That's how he signs off on everything in creation, by putting within these things signs or signals for the human intellect to grow by and for the human heart to expand upon. So a signature represents an authority figure. It represents an authority in the same way that you are the boss of a company or corporation, and you give one of your workers permission to go to the bank and withdraw money or to put in money. And it requires a signature. And you have to be authorized by your supervisor or by your boss to put your signature on that line. You represent the authority of the person who charged you with a particular responsibility. So Allah, as the source creator of everyone and everything, also allows us to sign off on all things that he has created for our benefit and all things that he has created for us to utilize in this universe. We have to do it, however, based on what Allah has signed off on. So if it's something that goes against what Allah teaches us in the Qur'an, or teaches us just based on mere common sense, don't do this, do that, take care of these responsibilities, don't waste time doing all of this other stuff. These are the signatures of Allah in everything that you know within your heart of hearts that Allah agrees with and accepts. So this is what we mean. And these signatures are expanded upon based on what he has created as signs in nature. That's all the word signature is. It's signs in nature. Signs in nature has a different name in the Quran. It's called al-Fitra, the Fitra. And it is spoken of in Surah 30, Ayah 30 most prominently. And the Fitra, in a nutshell, no pun intended, it represents what most people would refer to as Mother Nature, the things that you're witnessing every day in nature, in you, inside you, outside of you, in the environment, etc. Even in your feelings. These are things that Allah created. Your mind, things that are invisible, they are also a part of the Fitra. And Imam W.D. Muhammad once said that the Fitra is not necessarily the Fitra for everybody. He said the Fitra is only a reality for those people who are conscious of the fitrah. Think about that. So if you're walking around willy-nilly and you have no clue what this whole creation and its purpose and why you're even here, chosen out of how many millions of sperm that could have been you to have access to that ovum in your mother's womb, if you don't know why you're here, chosen by God out of all of those choices, that makes you so special. One out of a million, literally, and you still don't know your purpose. See, so if you don't know your purpose, it's because you're not really paying attention to what's around you. And another word for what is all around us is called ayat in the Qur'an. Ayat. Ayat means instructing signs. Allah says he created them in the skies, he created them in the earth, and he created like signs within the human being, within ourselves. But Allah says that most people are paying it no attention whatsoever. So those are the people Imam Muhammad is speaking about in saying that the fitrah doesn't work on their behalf because they're not even aware that they're receiving instructions from the source creator. And if you're not aware that Allah is speaking to you, and I'm going to try my best to consistently use the term Allah instead of God. The English-speaking people in our audience, I think you understand by now that when a Muslim says Allah, that he's talking about the same one that you call Almighty God, the source creator. Okay, and I can even accept Almighty God because in many places in the world, God means anything that has force and power. So a God can be a human being in some parts of the world. Amongst the 5% nation, they call themselves the 5% nation of gods and earths. So, you know, we want to be clear in terms of what we are referring to when we say God Almighty. We're talking about Allah, who has no rival, has no equal, nothing to contend with, never born, will never die, in charge of everything at every moment of time. Allah is in control. And I repeat, it's the same one that the Christians, if they understand their book, same ones that they're referring to, same ones that the same one, pardon me, that the Jews are referring to when they say Yahweh. Same one. It's just that it's being brought home more succinctly, more clearly, and more concisely when we say Allah. So that's the one that we are accepting the signature of in our lives. We're accepting that Allah placed his signature on our nature and our creation and our thoughts and our behavior, our activities, and even on our feelings, how we feel about things. We want them to coincide with what Allah has signed off on as being right and proper. So I think that makes sense to the majority of us. We're going to get into a part 3 type subject, dealing with the soul. I've been dealing with the soul for the past few weeks, beginning on our dear sister Sandy Rogers' blog talk radio show. If you missed that, email me and I will send you a complimentary audio copy of that radio broadcast. It was excellent. It was actually the part 2 of what we began a few weeks before that. So we're probably up to the 4th part. I'm thinking it's the 3rd part. This might very well be the 4th part, but it's the 3rd part from my programming perspective of what I've done, and not me as a guest on someone's program, but what I've actually done as the Friday call and as a Sunday university online learning course call. So be aware of that. So I'm going to pull up my notes now that it looks like everybody's in the classroom and got this seat and all of that. And if you have questions along the way, I'm going to ask that you hold on to those questions, write them down, or put them in the chat box if you're able to do that. And I will entertain them as soon as my presentation has concluded for the evening. And I say for the evening because in about 45 minutes, Karima Medina Bilal is going to give you a presentation regarding health. It's going to be a different kind of subject, sort of, kind of. It's going to be on health. It's going to be on the scourge that science calls diabetes And the reason why I'm having to do this while the majority of people are in the queue tonight is because I would venture to say that at least half of the people on this call have issues with the diabetes, either directly having diabetes or having pre-diabetes, or being far gone in diabetes. And you need to know what to do in order to slow down that roll. And there are many things that you can do. So Karima's going to join us at about 6 p.m. or so, Eastern Standard Time. And she's going to do about an hour's worth of that. So stay settled in your saddle for that one. And when she's completed what she has to say for you tonight about 7 o'clock or so, then I'm going to return to the microphone and give you the rest of my discourse, which you are not, you'll know from this first part that you're not going to want to miss the last part. Okay. So thank you once again. We've invited any and everybody who wants to join us tonight to join us. And I see new people's names in the queue and in the images that I'm looking at. And I greet you all, especially if you're for the first time or second time or so. I greet you all with the Qur'an's greetings of peace and completeness in the term Salamun Alaikum. And we thank Allah for His graciousness, His overriding mercy, and His generosity, His rahmah. So let's just make sure that everyone is properly muted, and they are. Let me pull up my notes and we will begin. And I hope that the wording is large enough for those of us who have issues with our vision. So, thank you. So once again, we appreciate your presence here on this Sunday, November 14th, 2021 at this university online learning course. I am your international instructor, Benjamin Bilal, and the subject for this evening is the soul, S-O-U-L, soul, S-O-L, and soul, S-O-L-E. They all sound the same, and they are all related, but we're going to explain to you what some of the differences are, as well as the relationship they have with each other. Remember now, according to our Nunetics method, if a word sounds like another word, it is going to have some level of association or meaning with that word, even though it be a different word. So keep that in mind. Now, the word soul, S-O-U-L, is a homonym of S-O-L and S-O-L-E. That means it sounds similar or alike. Homonym, like sounding words. Soul, as S-O-L, is the Latin word for sun, S-U-N. And the sun is the sole authority designed as the primary light giver for our galaxy. The sun governs over the major elements, considered to be the basic material framework for all things created. We're talking now about the 4 basic elements. When living things in creation receive their khalq, that's an Arabic word, K-H-A-L-Q, khalq, from which comes also the word khalaq, meaning he created, khalaqa, he created. When they receive their khalq, or their created form, meaning the form that we observe in matter, along with that comes its genetic and its mimetic programming. Now, don't let any fancy words escape you or cause you to shiver or anything like that. Everything that needs to be explained tonight is going to be explained. And if it's not explained to your satisfaction, then just jot it down as a question to ask at the end of the discourse. So we mentioned two very important parts of created form. And if it's a living form, it's going to have a genetic component, meaning the genes are going to be controlling the scene. That's if it's contained within the biology, within your body. It's going to have a genetic framework. And it's going to also have a mimetic framework or programming. The word mimetic comes from the word meme or memes. Now, I'm not talking about the memes that you throw across Facebook or whatever social media platform you engage in. I'm talking about memes in the scientific way of understanding this word. M-E-M-E, meme. Those memes control our social urges. Let me just make sure everyone coming in is muted. People still coming in. Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, so I've given you two basic ideas, genes and memes. Connect the genes to the biology and connect meme to the sociology, the social urges. According to modern sociology, memes are to be referred to as social genes. And everything that the genes do in the biology, memes also do, but on the sociological levels of activity. So we're making a comparison here between what genes are doing in your biology and what memes are designed to do in your social arena or your social life and activity. And I hope that's clear. Genes can be biologically manipulated. Memes can be sociologically manipulated, especially through mediums such as social media. The word social is a code word for soul shell. Social is a code word for soul shell. And a shell serves as the protection for what is underneath it. Think about what's being said. What protects the human soul is socialization. Science tells us that humans have been created to be gregarious. Gregarious. They have been created with an urge to congregate. Gregarious, congregate. Related words. This is another way of saying that humans have been created to live in the same manner as flocks or herds of animals. You heard? In the Quran, the 6th surah is called Al-An'am, which means the herds. It means the cattle. And Allah describes people in that surah as being like cattle. Now, these are animals which are socially responsive and socially responsible. These are animals that take care of its young. These are animals, on the most part, that are born out of warm sacs as mammals. We're not talking about the reptiles here. When you say Al-An'am, the reptiles are not included. We're talking about those creatures who are born like humans are born out of warm sacs and who become immediately in touch with their mother source for her sustenance, her milk, her breasts, etc. That is Al-An'am. And these are also creatures who are designed to be creatures that can advance in terms of their domestication. They can become domesticated. They can become, for lack of a better term, trained. So that's what it means to say that humans are social beings. Humans respond to social bonding. And this is the same meaning for the Arabic word nas. That happens to be the last surah mentioned in the present presentation of the Qur'an. Surah an-Nas or Suratul Nas. And again, the word nas is from the root word anasa. Let's look at what anasa means as a root word. This is from the Lane's Lexicon online dictionary. It's from the Arabic letters Alif, Nun, Sin, anasa. That's where we get the word nas. And it means to be or become sociable, companionable, conversable, inclined to company or conversation, friendly, amicable, or familiar. That's all we need to know. This is the social being created by the source creator. So the Quran refers to this nature in human beings as nas. And you can hear the word nice as a companion word in English for the Arabic word nas. Yeah, these are the nice people. Why are they nice? Because they can be sociable and civilized in their behavior. Now, this socialization process is an aspect of the fitrah, and it operates in all things created, whether animate or inanimate. You don't realize it, but theoretically and ideologically, even the sands on the seashore are being social. Even the rocks that form the mountains that we witness in nature, those rocks and their ability to group together to form the image of a mountain, they are also being theoretically social, not in terms of living things, breathing and exchanging and eating food like we do. We're not talking about the animate side of socialization. What we're saying is that even when the planets interact with each other, as they make their movements, their smooth movements, as Allah says, they are swimming along in their orbits, they're being social. That's why they're described as swimming. They're not bumping into each other. If one has a problem, it becomes a fallen star or something like that. That happens from time to time. But the rule in the skies is peace and cooperation, just as though they were living beings. And in fact, Allah refers to them with terminology that suggests that they are living. Allah says that there was a time when the entire cosmos was in chaos. And Allah said to them, come into peace, come into agreement. Come ye together, Allah said, willingly or unwillingly. And the Quran says that the creation, this inanimate stuff that we're looking at every day, said, we come willingly. See, he gave them animation. So in that sense, like I said, in the theoretical or ideological sense, everything in the universe is animate. There's no such thing as inanimate. That's beautiful. There's no such thing as something being truly inert, meaning having no movement, no life. No, everything has life. And if you reduce anything in creation down, you put it under an electron microscope, something like a rock that you thought had no movement, and you can reduce it to its initial expression of energy, you're going to see that it's moving in waves. It's moving energy, moving in the rock. So everything is animate, is the point once again. So that's how things are operating within Allah's fitrah. The fitrah encompasses all things within created matter, whether those things belong to the land, the air, the fire, or the water elements. Those are the four basic elements in creation that are operating at all times, cooperating with each other at all times. The nature of these four elements are to be taught to our children in elementary school. However, the importance of teaching them these elements, that importance has been lost on today's educators. We still have what's called elementary school, but we have lost touch with the reason why they initially called it elementary school. That's the age at which you're supposed to introduce these new minds to the detailed information contained in the instructing signs within these 4 basic elements. You don't need Big Bird to teach them. You don't need the dirty, greasy cookie monster to teach your children. You need to get away from that foolishness. That's totally ridiculous, that we have come to the point in believing that we need these ghosts, Casper, and all of these foolish kinds of ideas that have been introduced that are actually the reason why our children are becoming as dumbed down as they are. That's the reason. You've been feeding them dumbed down information that has no place. It's a foreigner in their brain in terms of the way Allah constructed the brain to learn. It's useless information. In the Quran, we make a dua for useful information, for knowledge that increases. Now, notice that all 4 of these requirements as elements are connected to the 4 basic elements of land, air, fire, and water. So we're going to introduce now, give me just a moment, people are still coming in. We're going to introduce you now to 4 areas of nature that are representative of these 4 basic elements. These are requirements in the fitrah. So when you look at land, you want to associate it with your material nature. What does that mean? There's a nature in you that needs material. It needs food, it needs to eat, it needs to drink, it needs to have itself placed in physical environments. So that's part and parcel of how Allah has created our material existence to depend on material sustenance and substance. Number 2, you have air, and air is symbolic of the human being's spiritual nature. Just like the air is invisible, but you can feel its presence, spiritual things, matters, ideas are also invisible, but you can feel its presence also. And you have a spiritual nature, whether you believe in a creator or not. It has nothing to do with you not having a spiritual nature. Spiritual, according to Imam W.D. Muhammad, means influence. That's all it means. It means invisible influence. So whether you believe in a creator or not, who is influencing you with guidance, etc., if you don't believe in the creator, there are going to be other things in creation that are going to take the place of that idea. And those things will be spiritually manipulating and spiritually influencing you to do what? To do what air does. Air blows and travels directionally. It travels in 4 basic directions: southerly winds, northerly winds, easterly winds, westerly winds. That's what we call the air as it blows. It's invisible, but it's directional. So spiritual, or the spiritual nature, is a nature created in you that's going to respond. It has no choice about the matter. It's a part of your nature. It's going to respond to influences, invisible influences that urge it in particular directions. And that's another area of the human life that needs to be governed over. Number 3, we have fire as an element. And fire is indicative of the intellectual nature. Fire can light your environment. Fire can provide warmth and comfort for you. Well, that's what the intellect, as Allah created it, that's what the intellect is designed to do. Now, if Allah is not in control of that intellect by feeding it its guidance from the fitrah-based sources, then other aspects and influences are going to be responsible. Just as the winds can blow out the fire, they're invisible spiritual influences that are designed to blow out the light and the comfort of your intellect. I call it the dumbing down process. But we have this intellectual nature, and it has to stay kindled by remaining in contact with the source creator. If you want to know more about what I'm speaking to, Google, YouTube, Imam Benjamin Bilal, and listen to the latest discourse that I put up on the soul also. And I think it's in that one that I'm speaking about light upon light, as it's given in the surah called An-Nur, the light in the Qur'an. Light upon light. You can't have just your own light burning with no oversight by the guidance of Allah. When you decide that your intellect is in charge and it knows, and you don't have to consult with scripture, you don't have to consult with a greater force of wisdom and knowledge and understanding than you, that's when the Quran refers to that fire as a man who kindled a fire. You remember that one in Al-Baqarah? There was a man who kindled a fire, and when it had lit all around him, it says Allah took away their light and left them in utter levels of darkness. So you don't want just a singular fire. You want light upon light, as it's given in Surah An-Nur. Read that for yourself. Now, that's the fire of the intellect. And academia still has the, I think it's, what do they call that? The, is it the lantern? Yeah, I think that's the word I'm looking for. They still have the lantern as a symbol for education, intellectual enlightenment. So that's fire. Number 4, we have the element of water. And water, as you know, represents the emotional nature. The emotional nature. It also represents the moral nature, because morals are designed to keep you clean. But what you accept as being morally acceptable is going to be based on how you feel about that thing. So it begins in your emotionality, and it's your emotionality that creates moral judgments about things based on how you feel about them. So that's emotion. They also have sociological connections to the areas of culture, government, academics, and economics. Now, I've spoken on these things exhaustively, actually, in the last year or so. So I'm not going to go over the details of these, not even for the new people. They'll stay in touch with us and they'll request information on these connections. Just understand that I'm giving you these 4 in order. So when you receive this or see this online on YouTube or wherever you might receive it, just associate the material with the land, the spiritual with the air, the intellectual with the fire, and the emotional with the water. And in the same way you did that, you associate the land with the culture, the air with how government and government authorities rise, like the air rises. And because you have to have government in order to be civilized and social, in the same way that you have to breathe air in order to stay alive. You have to have some form of government. It doesn't have to be what you're seeing in the White House. It should be what you establish in your house as rules and regulations. Fire is going to be connected to academics, learning. We just mentioned that in explaining the intellectual nature. And water is going to be related to economics. When you hear people speak about economic terms, those terms are most likely going to be related to the idea of water. That's why we put our money in the bank. That's from the river bank. And if you want to get some quick money because you're running out of money, you liquidate your assets. Other than that, you might find yourself drowning in debt. You get it? So economics is the sociological term that's connected to water. The original word for economics was trade, T-R-A-D-E. Before money was invented, we used to just barter. Remember, Imam Muhammad tried to introduce us to a bartering system called the Amcop that some people co-opted and destroyed. Yeah, that was a system that didn't involve the exchange of dollar bills. And you see today, we're going to be having some problems with the dollar bill. Everybody's talking about crypto and all of these other alternative means of exchanging that level of value. But it all began when the tribal life was established in the world, around the world. It began with people bartering their goods, trading this for that. When trading became more substantial, then it represented the exchange of goods, not just neighbor to neighbor or tribe to tribe, or from local area to the next local area. Trade expanded to become what you did as bargaining from your side of the water to the other side of the water, to a different land even. Trade. So trade and commerce became that which was established upon the water. See, commerce, that merce, wherever you see M-E-R-M-A-R-M-I-R, like admiral, is going to have to do with water. These are water terms. Mermaid, right? She lives in the water in terms of that mythology. Mercantile, that's dealing with money and merchants, right? All of those MR words have to do with water. And I hope the one called Mr. understands that, MR dot. Yeah, he's water also. He thinks he's land, but he's water. Continuing. Allah says in Surah 30, Ayah 41, mischief has appeared on land and sea because of the meed that the hands of men have earned, that Allah may give them a taste of some of their deeds in order that they may turn back from evil. Now, personally, I have a real problem with when they put words in brackets because they're trying to steer your mind in the direction of their scholarship and their conclusions. If Allah did not put the word Allah in the sentence, then don't be too quick to inject it into the ayah. So that's just a rule. What I wanted to point out here is that in us discussing the four elements, here are two of those elements in this one ayah, right? That's al-bari, land, wal-bahri, and sea or water. So if you go back to what we said land and water represent, you'll get a better idea of what Allah is speaking to. He said land and sea, that would be the material nature and the emotional nature. In you personally, that's where you have your, the most mischief enters your life through your material concerns and your emotional concerns. Isn't that wonderful? And if you're looking at it sociologically, that means that the most trouble, the most mischief or mischief occurs in the general culture and in the area of economics. You see the big money grab taking place right now with these trillion and billion and $1 million budgets. Nobody knows where all the money is going. It's mischievous. So that's one way to understand what the Quran is speaking to, by understanding what the four basic elements represent ideologically, sociologically, abstractly, etc. The word mischief means wrong chief. Mis means wrong and chief, leader or leadership. So mischief appearing on land and sea means that the reason why there's mischief in the culture and the reason why there's mischief in the areas of economics, the reason why there's mischief in your material concerns and that how much materialism you think you need to live. You need 5 cars and 2 homes and all of that and 15 pairs of whatever, you know, you think you need that because you've been wrongly advised by those people who have been supervisors over the life of humans. The Quran calls that influence as shaitan, the Satan, the divider amongst the humans. So that's why we are having these issues, because we've allowed the wrong leader to be put over those particular areas. They're in the other two areas also, but the primary areas are those two. Faulty leadership has appeared within the fields of culture and economics. Now, when we read the word Iqra in the Quran in Surah 96, Iqra does not mean read, R-E-A-D, as an imperative command. And you have Muslim scholarship that loves to repeat to us the lie that Muhammad the Prophet was not a reader per se, meaning that he didn't know how to read. He didn't know how to write. They repeat that lie, and there's so much in the Quran to negate that. And let's say it did mean that, read. And they say that's the first command that Allah gave to Muhammad in the cave of Hira. Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq. Read with the name of your Rabb who created. And then 23 years later, you're telling me he still couldn't read? He got a command from Allah, from his Rabb, to read, even if he didn't know how to read. Put yourself in his situation. If you were illiterate and you believed that you were being communicated to by the Rabb of al-Alameen, by the creator and evolver of all systems of knowledge, he can, all of what is knowledge is contained within his grasp. And he's the one giving you an imperative, meaning he's not asking you. Iqra is the imperative form of qara'a. It's a command on you. You mean to tell me in 23 years, you never learned to read? How disobedient is that to the one who gave you that command? You figure at least a couple of months later, he would have found him a classroom, or he had scribes around him who could read and write. Okay, he didn't have Zayd to teach him. Hey, look, man, you got to give me a quick refresh or some course or something, man. I at least need to know what these letters mean, because this Allah, he's telling me stuff like Alif, Lam, Mim. Ooh, what am I going to say to that? I better learn how to read this stuff. You mean to tell me in 23 years? So I'm here to tell you, or ask you at least, to stop letting these people fool you. I don't care if they call themselves scholars or not. That day of dictatorial scholarship, that day is over. And they know it. They're trying desperately to hold on to their authority, but they know that they have been operating as the wrong chief in the life of us as average Muslims. We said it, you ought to follow it. Believe it and follow it. Don't investigate it like the Quran asks you to. Don't ponder it. Don't think about it. Just do it, because we studied for you. We got it all figured out already. Just listen to us. All right. So Iqra does not mean read as an imperative command. It means to harvest the crop. When you look up the word qara'at, it gives us the word Iqra. It's going to say to gather or collect. That's the job of the agriculturalist. That's the job of the farmer. That when the season comes, and that season is autumn, you'll see that in a moment. That season demands that you harvest the crop that you planted some seasons earlier. If you don't, guess what's going to happen to those crops? They're going to die. It's that simple. If you do not harvest, meaning if you do not separate that agriculture from its soil source, that thing will just die in the field, and you would have lost all of that work that you did, that Allah blessed. You would have just lost it all to time. Important what I'm telling you. So it means to harvest the crop. And I'm telling you, there's so much wisdom in terms of the consonantal connections that I've been presenting to you. Because when you learn this Nunetics system of what's called consonantal connections. And if that's new to you, just hold on. You'll get it before the evening is done. If you learn that system to interchange consonants with other words that have similar or related consonants, when you're able to do that, then you're going to come into a more appreciable understanding of what words themselves mean, especially the words of Al-Qur'an, because Allah picked those words specifically for his book. And just to give you a quick for instance, before I hand the mic over to Karima in the next 10 minutes, look at the English word crop. And this is off of the top of my head. I could write the Arabic word khalifa next to it. You see that? Khalifa. This kha, that letter, one moment, still letting people in. A lot of new people, this is wonderful. So this letter kha is called a guttural because it's pronounced from the back of the throat. And it coincides with the ka sound of the letter K. Here it's given as C because C is a trick kind of letter in English. It doesn't really have a sound other than K or S. Sir, kus, two C's, but it's either ka or sa. Sir, kus, S or K sound, right? So here it's a K sound, crop, crop. So it's also a guttural because the K sound comes from the back of the throat, the same as the ha sound comes from the back of the throat. So kaf, the English letter K, and ha, pardon me, kaf is the Arabic letter K, and ha is the Arabic letter for the other guttural that comes from the back of the throat. So they can be interchanged is the point. Come to the next letter, ra or R in English. The only letter that interchanges with R in any letter system is the letter L because it's pronounced in the same part of the mouth, the tongue touching the top palate. R and L. Therefore, the linguists say that they can be interchanged. And you know, amongst some Asian people, they say hello with the L sound, while others in other parts of Asia say hello with the R sound because they are interchangeable. So CR interchanges with KHL, and P, which is not a letter in Arabic, this English P interchanges with the letter F, which is an Arabic letter, fa, because it's pronounced from the lips. P with the lips, fa with the lips. So all letter sounds that are produced from the lips are interchangeable, including B and V. All right, so this is kha, lam, fa. This is ka, ra, pa. And they're going to have related meanings. So if Allah said that he was in the process of creating a khalifa fil ard, a khalifa where? In the earth. Where do crops grow? So it's not just a khalifa that you have to study as one singular idea. You should also study the growth and development of the crop life. You farmer, you. Allah's inviting you to be a linguistic farmer. So all of the things that a farmer has to be concerned with, a khalifa is also going to be concerned with. What are they? These four elements. These four elements. In order to have a successful crop, you have to have arable land. In order to have a successful crop, you have to have oxygen feeding the life of that plant that's coming up. You have to have sunlight, the fire of sunlight to beam down on that crop and urge it to come up from beneath the soil.
Welcome
and
to
of course,
Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
And of course, you have to have water feeding the life of that growing crop. So Allah in the Quran also describes the human being's growth as a growth like that of plants. We grow like that of plants. And I just gave you probably the best description of how that growth takes place based on our involvement in these 4 basic areas. This is literal, but it is also talking about your nature, your inner nature. And it is also talking about how to become successful in terms of our growth and development on the sociological level. You have to be concerned with all 4 elements, not just the money, get the money, get the money. You have to be concerned about governing, leadership. You have to be concerned about processes related to learning and the growing of the intellect. And you have to be concerned about responsible trade or economics, beginning in your family circle. Your children do it all the time because it's a part of the fitra. I'll let you play with my fire engine if you let me play with your doll. And that's the boy talking, and that's fine. Right? I'll let you play with my airplane, if you let me play, Well, your airplane is broken. That's not fair. That's not fair. It's in the fitra of the human life, this trade idea. So keep that in mind. So with that said, I'm not going to go any further until I return in about an hour or so. I'm going to prepare my chair for our honorable sister who has been keeping us up on the latest and greatest information related to the upkeep of our health. And she's going to be speaking directly this evening to the area of diabetes. So be prepared to take note on that. Even if that's not your individual condition or situation, I'm sure you know somebody beginning in your family who has this issue. We have it in our family. It's in everybody's family, especially if you're so-called African American or Bilalian or whatever you choose as an appellation, it's fine. Okay, so stay tuned for that. We're going to break for about 5 minutes just to make the transition and for you to maybe get a cup of tea or whatever it is you might need to hold you through the evening. Inshallah, in about 5 minutes, we're going to be back. She's going to give her presentation. Take a stretch, stretch, do what you need to do, keep the blood flowing. And after she's concluded, again, I'm going to come back. I've only scratched the surface of my topic on these 3 souls. All right, so stay with us and we'll be right back. And Habiba, please remind me to restart the recordings for Karima and when I return, inshallah. Thank you. As I greet you with the greetings of peace, Salamun alaikum, stay tuned.
Alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum. Can I be heard well?
Alaikum assalam, 5 by 5.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. Peace and blessings to each and every one of you. Each and every one of you. Instructor Bilal, can you fix this so that I can see my whole self here? Okay. All right. So this is Karima Medina Bilal. For all of you who have not met me before, I greet you with fond greetings, warm greetings of peace and happiness and all those other wonderful things that a believing person, a person of peace, wishes a fellow human being. In the secular world, I'm known as Audrey Tinsley, physician assistant. And in my Muslim family and to my beloved husband, I am Karima Medina Bilal. So I'm here to talk to you tonight as a continuation of something that I did last Tuesday on a wonderful show, the Sandy Rogers Show. And at that time, I had mentioned the necessity of having your home hospital and your kitchen clinic. And in that, I touched on some things, but I didn't get a chance to really address the diabetes issue. And since it, pardon me, since it underlies much of the difficulty that we're having now in the pandemic, I thought it would be extremely useful to revisit that subject and to tell you some things that perhaps you didn't know, or refresh your understanding with a different spin on things that you already did know. And with that in mind, I'm going to give you my disclaimer. And the disclaimer is that in no way, under any circumstances, can this presentation be construed as a doctor-patient relationship between you and me. There's no way that could be, because I'm not there with you. I don't know your history. I don't have your records. Thus, this presentation is for educational purposes only. And you are to access and to speak with your provider and consult your provider for everything and anything that concerns your specific and personal medical health. What I want you to know, what I want you to do is to listen, to take notes, and to research and confirm everything that I tell you, and to teach yourself, as I said last time, to educate yourself on the things that I've spoken, that I will be speaking to you about, so that you can participate in a more intelligent way with your own health care. We are so past the time when you can just give yourself over to your provider, to what used to be your neighborhood family doctor, and trust that that person would have your best interests at heart. As I mentioned last time, the providers now, we are all part of a system, and that system most specifically does not have your best interests at heart. It has its own interests at heart. And therefore, if you do not educate yourself, then you put yourself in the position of being taken advantage of. So if we can agree that any actions you take as a result of what I'm saying tonight are at your own risk and at your own potential harm, then we can proceed. Okay. So my presentation tonight, is this on? Okay, don't worry about what I do. Okay, just wanted to be sure. Okay, sorry, little technical things. We'll edit it out later, so don't worry about it. The title of my presentation tonight is called Defeating Diabetes, Part 1. Defeating Diabetes, Part 1. It's a Part 1 because there's going to be many parts after this. There's whole specialties that are built around diabetes management, detection, etc. So there's no way that in this short presentation, I'm going to be able to tell you everything that you need to know. But what I hope to do is to activate you, to give you whet a curiosity in you that you can use to further your own education. And I hope to answer 3 basic questions. And those questions are, what exactly is diabetes? What is it? How do you get it? And more importantly, once you have it, how do you reverse it? How do you get rid of it? How do you heal from it? Now, in just that, I have said, I've asked some questions that you should be asking your provider In the functional medicine construct, we deal not just with giving you a pill or a patch for the cluster of symptoms that we call a diagnosis. What we want to know and what we want to help you with is finding the cause. Finding the cause. And once you find the cause, then you can set about reversing it. You can set about stopping the damage. And in that, we are upending a common misconception about diabetes, and that is that once you have it forever. I've heard practitioners say that once you have it forever. There is no cure for it, and you may as well just resign yourself to eventual blindness, dialysis, amputations, etc., a life of general misery. I question that, and I would say this: if you do the same things that gave you diabetes, then most certainly you can expect that you're going to have it as long as you continue to do those things. I think it was Einstein that said, insanity is doing the same things and expecting a different result. Therefore, if you do the same things that gave you diabetes, you have every right to expect that diabetes will continue. By contrast, if you look at what you did, if you look at how you've been doing it, and decide and commit to making a change, then you have every right to expect that the fitra, that quality that Allah built into all things, but in particular, that quality in the human body to want to heal itself, then you have every right to expect that you can reverse it. As a matter of fact, I want to begin with a reference to a video that I hope you can still find on YouTube. And this video is called Simply Raw, Reversing Diabetes in 30 Days. Simply Raw, Reversing Diabetes in 30 Days. It is made by Dr. Gabriel Cousens, and that is Cousens, Gabriel Cousens. And the text of it is quite simply this. In Patagonia, Arizona, he put together a retreat, a facility. And in the making of this video, he recruited 6 people of at least 3 ethnic backgrounds, European American, so-called white people, African American, Native American, and perhaps Latino, but certainly those 3. And there were some who were 40 years and better, and others who were 20s. He brought them to his facility, and for approximately 30 days, he kept them, he fed them all raw foods, he provided for them medical care, and he was able, in the first 7 days, to get all but two off their medications. These were people who were on 5, 6, 7 different medications, on large doses of insulin. And he was able to get all but 2 of them completely off their medications. One quit the program. Another one, in fact, had to continue with the insulin, but was able to reduce it to 1 type of insulin instead of multiples, and was also able to reduce the amount of insulin that he was taking. And I thought, this is huge. This is absolutely huge. And what he did was to upend the myth that you cannot reverse diabetes. As a matter of fact, I have had personal experience with motivated clients, students, learners, patients, who decided that they'd had enough and they wanted a life free of so many different medications. And they did it. And they did it. So back to what exactly is diabetes? Many different technical, medicalese, 2-inch words for it, but the short sentence is diabetes is two things. I want you to remember. It is the result of chronic sugar poisoning and insulin toxicity. What? Diabetes, in Karima Medina Audrey Tinsley's personal opinion and experience, is the result of chronic, that is to say long-term, sugar poisoning and insulin toxicity. What do I mean by that? Most people are not aware that sugar is a drug. In medical parlance, it's called glucose. You'll find it in emergency rooms and medical facilities, also called dextrose. But basically, it's sugar. Sugar in the body is very powerful. It has very powerful effects, and it is necessary for energy production. Remember, all life takes place at the level of the cell. The cell is what actually conducts the business of our bodies. And it has to have an energy source. So we eat food, and in food, there are 3 basic macronutrients: fats, carbs, and proteins. For the purposes of this discussion, we're going to focus on the carbs, which, when you eat them, get converted into glucose, or as the average person knows it, sugar. Now, in order for your body to make use of this sugar, glucose, you must have a chemical substance, a hormone, called insulin. Insulin. Insulin is produced in an organ called the pancreas. In your abdomen, it's called the pancreas. When you eat carbohydrates, sugars, it triggers the release of insulin. Insulin escorts these sugars, these carbs, out of your blood and into the cell. It escorts it into the cell. Now, you may remember, I'm sure you've heard Instructor Bilal say this many times, cells have an intelligence. Bruce Lipton, Dr. Bruce Lipton, is responsible for bringing that to the public's attention. Cells have an intelligence. They know what to let in. They know what to excrete or what to put out. And when the levels of anything, but in particular, for this case, sugar, glucose, reach a level that the cell deems toxic or dangerous to its own survival, then it refuses to open the door of the cell and allow the glucose in. So what does the body do? Remembering now that sugar is a drug, we could say sugar is a chemical, and it has a certain property which makes it dangerous and caustic and inflammatory when it just floats around in the blood. It's not intended to just float around in high amounts in the blood, because it will do damage. What will it do? It will oxidize, which is a nice scientific word for rot. Yes. So body knows this, and body says, whoa, we have to secrete insulin to get the sugar out of the blood. All right. So you eat something that spikes your insulin level, and you do this. Let's say you have an anniversary party, or look at what just happened. We had Halloween, and let's say that you ate all the candy that was left over, and Snickers bars, and all kinds of chocolates and all kinds of other deliciousness. And we're getting ready to go to Thanksgiving. And after that, we're going to go to Christmas. And after that, we're going to go to New Year's. And after that, we're going to go to Valentine's Day. What does this amount to? High levels of sugar. Now, what does your body do with sugar, glucose, once it enters the cell? Well, the body presumes that you're going to do something with it, which is why everything that you eat is an instruction to your body for what to do with it. Interesting. This is what Instructor Bilal speaks about a lot. He says, in the creation, there are ayats, instructing signs. Now, who would think that food is an instruction? Here's a sidebar. It most definitely is. When you put, I see you, Habiba, when you put sugar or any kind of food, doesn't have to be sugar, when you put a substance into your mouth, your saliva knows what it is and begins to secrete the appropriate enzyme to begin breaking it down. Isn't that a marvelous thing? So in your saliva, you will secrete ptyalin, which helps you digest or break down glucose and carbs. There are other ones, amylase. Amylase, I think, goes in the stomach. But the point is, everything that you put into your mouth and then down into your stomach and gets into your body is an instruction for what your body is to do with it. And the big categories is, do we use it now, or do we hold on to it because we might use it later? A nice candy was called Now and Later. Eat some now, save some for later. Yes. So here's what most of us do. We eat foods which spike a large release of insulin to digest the carbohydrates. Remember, we're not talking now about fats. We're not talking about proteins. This discussion is primarily about carbohydrates / sugars. You eat food which causes, signals a spike in insulin because it's high carbohydrate content. Body says we cannot allow high sugar levels to persist because of the damage that they will do to arteries, to organs, etc. So we send it to the cell, but the cell says, oh, no. We've got all that we can use. We're not accepting anymore. Body says, but you must. So it secretes more insulin and more insulin. And the body, the cells cease to respond. This is called insulin resistance. Hence my earlier definition that diabetes is the result of chronic, long-term sugar, glucose poisoning, and insulin toxicity. Because any chemical at high levels for prolonged periods of time, even the most beneficial of them, can cause damage if left that way. So that's, now, once you understand that, well, the remedy for that becomes pretty simple. Stop eating things that spike your insulin levels. Easier said than done, but quite simple. And as a matter of fact, unless you do that, there's no way that you're going to reverse diabetes. The medical system, sidebar here, the medical system does not attempt to reverse diabetes. It attempts to treat it, to manage it. As a matter of fact, you will actually hear in medical literature, read in medical literature, disease management modules. There are disease management specialists. Well, why would you want to manage something that you could educate someone to reverse? Wait for it. Money. Diabetes is a gateway disease. It's a gateway disease. What do you mean by that, Karima Medina Bilal? I mean to tell you that if you look for the 12 leading causes of death, what you want to know is, or what you will see, is that of the 12, there are 3, 5, 7. 7 of the 12 are directly related to diabetes. Which ones? Heart disease, stroke, Alzheimer's, which has been called type 3 diabetes, certainly cancer, diabetes itself, renal disease / kidney disease, and liver disease. Direct correlations to diabetes. So why then would the system not want to, given that healthcare costs are spiraling out of control? As a matter of fact, sidebar, the Biden administration just now said that they're going to be increasing Medicare costs. How savage is that? They're going to be increasing Medicare costs because the costs of drugs have risen, and they have to pass that on to the consumer. I reel at that. I think that that is absolutely wrong. I can't think of a word that's more, I can't condemn it in more strong terms than that. People who are at the least, people who are least able to absorb this rise at the same time that the drug companies are waxing filthy rich. When I say waxing filthy rich, I mean that these people, Pfizer is set to make $36 billion in 2021. And you're going to pass on Medicare costs to seniors who are existing on Social Security, who have no other way to support. This is wrong. It's just wrong. Well, what I'm going to say to you is that, as Michael Jackson said, all I want to say is they don't really care about us. Remember this, if you remember nothing else that I say, the healthcare system is built on profit. Medicine is a business. Healthcare is an industry, and one of its cash cows is diabetes. Out of diabetes, you're going to get hypertension, you're going to get kidney disease, you're going to get heart disease, you're going to get strokes, you're going to get all those 7 things that I spoke about and spin-offs of those. And the system's going to make a killing. That should chill you. Here's something else, another way to think about diabetes you may not have thought of. Diabetes is a life-saving adaptation. A life-saving adaptation by the body to address the toxicity, the sugar poisoning, and the insulin poisoning. What do I mean by that? By refusing to admit excess glucose into the cell, which will cause cell death, the cell refuses to respond. And what does it do with that extra sugar that we, us, have put into our bodies? The body strives with everything in it to bring it out, or to take it out of circulation and put it somewhere where it won't do you any harm. This is why obesity is one of the evil twin. I should say obesity is the first, I would say the herald of diabetes to come. So let's take a moment here. Now, I'm giving you so much information. I tried to take this and just go from hay to hay to hay to hay, but there's so much to say and so many different branches of it that I'm just going to give you the information as little snippets in its own right, and you can string them together as you like. The types of diabetes you'll hear people speak about. You'll say pre-diabetes, you'll hear pre-diabetes, you'll hear metabolic syndrome, you'll hear types of diabetes. I'm going to go into the types in just a moment. What I do want to say about prediabetes is really, it's just a point. Prediabetes and metabolic syndrome are points on the same line. They're the highway that leads to diabetes. And I've had people say, I was told that I had prediabetes. And then my provider said, well, we'll just watch it. And when I see that, I want to go just like, if you've ever seen Tales from the Hood, Clarence Williams played the devil. And when one of the people in the movie actually slapped the devil, he just knew that this was so juicy, that this guy was really going to burn. He went, woo, like that. And every time I hear somebody say, I was told that I have prediabetes, I want to go, ooh, because for the person to say, we're just going to watch it, this is like saying, well, your mechanic says that you have bad brakes and they're about to go out, but we'll just watch it. You're blowing white smoke and black smoke out your tailpipe. Essentially, your engine's going to go, but we'll just watch it. What kind of foolishness is that? But why do they do it? Because it's just like a drug dealer. They know that if they wait long enough, it's going to happen. Therefore, you, person, must educate yourself. And if you educate yourself about nothing else, you must educate yourself about this. So let's talk about the symptoms of diabetes. How do you know that you have diabetes? Well, there are the symptoms, and then there's the confirmation. The symptoms of diabetes, and then there's the confirmation. Symptoms, three things that form the hallmark in the medical world as we're taught about it: polydipsia, polyphagia, polyuria, meaning you're excessively thirsty beyond what your activity would normally dictate. You naturally have to pee a lot because what's happening is your body, remember, survival at all costs. Your body is seeking to get rid of all that extra sugar. So the kidneys take it and let it come out into the urine. And then polyphagia, which means excessive hunger, because even though you have all that quote unquote food in the form of glucose fooling around in your blood, you can't use it, either because you have no more insulin to give or because your cells refuse to respond out of self-preservation to the insulin. So you eat and you eat and you eat. And actually, many obese people start to lose weight even though they're eating, but that's due to ketoacidosis. That's when your body takes your fat and strives to metabolize it so that you can get some kind of nutrition because it cannot use the glucose. Sidebar, your body can only run on two things. It can either run on glucose or it can run on ketones, which is a form of glucose that your body manufactures. Your body can manufacture glucose from ketones. So, symptoms of diabetes. Hallmarks: excessive thirst, excessive hunger, excessive urination. Matter of fact, many women who are postmenopausal find that they have to get up in the night and urinate. If you get up in the night, men or women, if you get up in the night and urinate more than twice, and you in fact have not drunk that much water and you're not taking diuretics, this is something you might look into. What else? Sores that don't heal. You remember, you fall down, you skin your knee, there's a reasonable period of time. You cut your hand, there's a reasonable amount of time by which you should see the wound heal. People who have diabetes, it takes a long time. It takes a long time. Women who get recurrent vaginitis, yeast infections, I always investigated that in my patient population when I was doing GYN, always looked at that. Why? Well, In the gut, we have lots of inhabitants. Flora, it is called, your gut biome. That's the common term. And one of those is something called Candida. Candida. That's the family name, and there's many different sons and daughters of Candida. It is necessary in the gut. It's part of what lives there under normal circumstances, but as long as it stays in the gut, it does no harm. When it finds its way out of the gut and into tissues, now we have a problem. And when a woman's blood sugar level rises, it changes the pH in the vagina, the pH, the climate, the acidity or the alkalinity. Just say the climate control in the vagina, and it allows the yeast to overgrow. And any woman who's ever had that, I don't have to tell you what a torment that is. So what do? Now, the average person will just go to the store, buy some intravaginal cream, Monistat, Gyne-Lotrimin, there's a bunch of them, and use it and figure, it just happened. Your body does not do things at random. It does not do things at random. That is an I act. That is an instructing sign. Men folks who find themselves with fungal infections on the skin folds, people who have eczema. Now, isn't that an interesting one? I maintain this strongly, and I'm willing to debate it with anyone. A person who has chronic eczema can be demonstrated to have an excess of Candida on the skin. And then and it itches like fire. And then when you scratch it, you abrade the skin, you break the skin, and now this thing gets underneath the protective layer. And you scratch it and you break the skin, it gets worse, it gets infected. And before you know it, it has consumed the entire body. Awful. What's another thing? Blurred vision. By the time it gets to this point, you're really in trouble. So these are just a few of them. I know people have many more of them, but those are like the common ones. Sores that don't heal, increase in urination, fungal infections. And here's another one, which is really unfortunate, and most people don't connect the dots: decreased resistance to infection. Many people who find that they catch everything that seems to come along. Well, why? Is because sugar decreases and compromises your immune system. So you would think that in this current pandemic, since 85% of the people, maybe that's not the correct number, I've heard it said, but a large percentage, overwhelming majority of the people who have perished or who have become seriously ill as a result of the current virus, they have at least 2 underlying medical conditions, and one of them is diabetes. The other one is obesity. Correlation between the two. Why are people not dominating the airways with advice and suggestions and counseling to overcome those conditions? You'd think the focus would be on that, but it's not. Because if it doesn't make as much money as injections. Did you say that, Kareem Medina Bilal? Yes, because I firmly believe it and I see it. Okay, so how do you get diabetes? The common myth is that you inherited it from your parents. Blame your parents, right? My mother had sugar, my father had sugar, it runs in my family, therefore I'm a victim. No, you're not. It has been said that the genetics may be the bullet, but the lifestyle is the trigger. So you may have a genetic predisposition because it runs in your family, okay, but it does not have to express itself unless you create the conditions for it to do so. How do you do that? Food and lifestyle. Food and lifestyle. Let me reiterate something I said in the earlier broadcast, the broadcast on the Sandy Rogers Show, and that is lifestyle plus genetics will give you either chronic health or chronic disease. And you get to choose by what you put in your mouth and the amount of activity that you do or don't do. You see, here's another thing that you should know as far as the factors that influence diabetes. Society pushes overindulgence. Go to any fast food place and it pushes supersize. You can get a 32-ounce drink of poisonous soft drink for 69 cents, I've seen. 69 cents, 99 cents, but a bottle of water will cost you $1.50, $2. Please. The meals that you get, supersize me. If you, sidebar, if you have not yet seen the movie or read the book, Supersize Me, and his name is Morgan Spurlock. Supersize Me. It is worth the seeing. What will you see? This was a healthy man in his 20s, 30s, who decided for 30 days to eat McDonald's. And he had a gastroenterologist, a cardiologist, and an internist, doctors with specialties, to examine him and do labs before, during, and after. 2 weeks in, his labs had changed to such a degree that they made him sign a waiver. They advised him to stop this experiment, to stop this project, because they feared that he was going to bring irreparable harm upon himself. He went ahead. And sure enough, it affected his libido, his ability to perform sexually. It threw his blood chemistry all the way off. And people will say, well, this is ridiculous. Nobody eats fast food 3 meals a day. I beg to differ. A large percentage of the population eats food which has very little nutritional value, which is predominantly refined sugars and flours, and which is designed to addict you and will invariably spike your blood sugar and therefore spike your insulin levels. Don't take my word for it. Look that up. Supersize Me by Morgan Spurlock. Another book on that same topic you might be interested in is called Fast Food Nation. Fast Food Nation. His name is John Stossel, Stossel, John Stossel. You can look at those books, they say kind of the same thing, and it goes into the backstory of how fast foods are prepared. So there's a whole bunch of reinforcement to do the wrong thing, and very little reinforcement to eat properly and do the right thing. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. So how do you get diabetes? You get it by abusing sugar and things which turn into sugar. Simple as that. How do you reverse it? Stop doing that. You've heard me tell that joke. A patient comes into the doctor's office and says, "Doctor, every time I drink a cup of coffee, I get a stabbing pain in my eye." And the doctor says, "You idiot, take the spoon out of the cup." Another joke, another joke says, "Doctor, every time I do this, it hurts." And doctor says, "Well, stop doing that." Simple, but not easy. Why is it not easy? Because they have created these foods to deliberately derange your fitra, the pattern upon which Allah created you, and to addict you to frankenfoods, which expand the coffers of big agriculture, big chemistry, big food, and do so at your expense. Let's go to the types of diabetes. There are essentially three. Type 1, which used to be called insulin-dependent diabetes. Insulin-dependent diabetes. This means that the person has lost their ability to manufacture enough insulin for the body's needs. And if they don't get it from an outside source, then they're going to be quite ill and likely die. Type 2 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is actually more accurately termed insulin resistant diabetes. In the beginning, it's not an issue of insulin deficiency. It's actually a disease of insulin excess and insulin toxicity, high levels of insulin, such caused by food that the person is eating, that the cells no longer respond to. Do that long enough and you burn out your pancreas, and then it really does become type 1 diabetes. And the third one is gestational diabetes. And we're not going to talk about that one because it doesn't really apply in this age group, but that's the diabetes of pregnancy. And believe it or not, I firmly believe that that can be prevented. How? Because the popular myth and the usual accepted thing is that when you're pregnant, you get these food cravings and you can eat anything you want and you can eat it in whatever amounts you want because you're pregnant. And people will help you with that. You've heard many jokes, many comics talk about, I've got to get up in the middle of the night and go to the store and get my wife Oreo cookies, and you see her sit there and polish off Oreo cookies or cookies and ice cream or whatever, all that. You do that and you will still spike your insulin levels, mother, and you will do it long enough and you'll outstrip your reserves and develop gestational diabetes, which is a bad thing because 95 out of 100 women who develop diabetes in pregnancy, 5 of them, of that 100, 5 of them will go on to persist with diabetes. Well, how do you know which one you have? This is another one of those things that makes me go, ooh, right? You do not know what type of diabetes you have unless you test your insulin levels. Most providers will do one test, which is a glucose test, to determine whether or not you have diabetes. This, in my mind, is malpractice. It is the most basic test that you can do. But I have had patients of my own who managed to get that right level of insulin and medication to where they had normal fasting blood sugars, but were insulin-dependent diabetics. So for you to pick up diabetes by fasting glucose, by that point, when the sugars have become abnormal, the disease is well advanced. So in my mind, you do your patient a real disservice if that's the only thing that you do. It is certainly not wrong to do it. As a matter of fact, you should do it. But if you stop there and use that as the only metric by which you decide a patient has diabetes, I think you're doing the patient a disservice and you've not done your job completely. What am I talking about? The average provider, when you do your physical for your yearly physical, will say, come in fasting and we'll do a chemistry panel. And one of the lines in that chemistry panel is glucose. And if it's below 100, somewhere between 80 and 100, some people say 70 and 100, that's considered normal. And the average practitioner will stop right there. If it's between 100 and 126, they'll say you have pre-diabetes and stop there. Some providers will say, well, do the DASH diet or lose weight and do more exercise and leave it right there. The more industrious of them will say, well, I'll send you to the dietitian. But the dietitians are trained by the American Dietetic Association that are in bed with Big Pharma. And they're going to tell you, well, you got to count calories or you got to follow the food pyramid. Let me take a moment and tell you about the food pyramid. Sidebar. The food pyramid was one of the most destructive things that I can think of that fueled the present diabetes epidemic. This is where they told you, you have to stop eating fats and you have to increase your servings of carbohydrates. So you'd see at this pyramid, at the base of it was all these servings of carbohydrates, 5, 8, 10 servings of carbohydrates, all of which is guaranteed to give you diabetes unless you're an athlete or an active child. Absolutely wrong. But that was the narrative for quite some time. And then what they did was they said, fats are wrong because President Eisenhower back in the 50s had a heart attack. And Ansel Keys, who was his physician or a physician of that time, did some research which he misinterpreted and said fats are the reason, high cholesterol is the reason that he had this heart attack. And therefore launched this whole campaign where you have to decrease fats. And of course, if you take fat out of food, it tastes like cardboard. And it ushered in one of the biggest blockbuster drugs in history called the statins, which is supposed to lower your cholesterol. But the fact of the matter is 95 out of 100 people who are admitted to the hospital with a heart attack have normal cholesterol levels. So that was a big boondoggle to get you to have to prescribe statins. As a matter of fact, now it's the standard of care for a provider. If a patient has high cholesterol, high triglycerides, you have to put them on a statin drug. If they are diagnosed with diabetes, you're supposed to give them diabetic medicine and put them on a statin drug. And if you don't, that's considered a deviation from the standard of care. However, there's a big problem with that. What is the problem with that? Well, statin drugs, in the process of lowering your cholesterol or instructing the liver not to manufacture cholesterol, also inhibit something called CoQ10. CoQ10 is essential for muscle function. We die without it. The largest organ, the organ which has the largest number of receptors for CoQ10 is the heart. So if you begin to impede the production or decrease the production of CoQ10 with the intent of preventing a heart attack, look at what you've done to the heart muscle by giving somebody a statin drug. Blockbuster drug, made millions and millions and millions of dollars at the expense of people's hearts. Matter of fact, the most common reason for discontinuing a statin drug is muscle pain. Why? Because muscles require CoQ10 for functioning. Interesting, isn't it? So, back to the types of diabetes and how do you diagnose them? Well, here's what I recommend. I want you to listen to these 3 words: past, present, future. Past, present, future. One more time: past, present, future. When you look at your blood sugar through a fasting or a non-fasting random glucose, you are seeing the present. You're seeing a camera photo, a Polaroid Instagram photo of the present. Blood sugar levels are variable. They have to be, because they have to adjust to whatever your activity level is. They have to address whatever your hormone levels are. If you're all of a sudden frightened and you have to run, you're going to get a boost of adrenaline, which is going to boost your glucose availability so that you can run if you have to outrun the animal or the Freddy Krueger or whoever, police. Yeah, so your blood sugar when you take it might be one level, an hour later you check it and it'll be another level. That's the way it should be. Exercise, it's going to be another level. So it is tremendously variable and it only tells you your glucose level at the present time. If it's wildly out of pocket, then you know, well, yeah, the person's got uncontrolled diabetes. But in the main, that's just not the best way to do it. What's the next one? Next step up, hemoglobin A1C. Fasting or random glucose, present. Past, hemoglobin A1C. Why do you say it's past, Karima Medina Bilal? Because your hemoglobin A1C is a measurement of your average glucose levels for the previous 3 months, 8 to 12 weeks. So it's a nice way of looking at an average. Think of this as the 3-month documentary of your blood sugar. So at minimum, you should insist upon an A1C and a glucose. I'm gonna tell you how to do that in just a moment. You can actually do that yourself. You can, believe it or not, thank God for Amazon. You can order A1C do-at-home kits yourself. It is as simple as sticking your finger. Also, you can buy, without prescription, you can buy glucose meters at any of the chain pharmacies. And you should have it as part of your home hospital and your kitchen clinic. Now, look at future. This is your fasting insulin. This is the gold standard, the Lexus, the Tesla of glucose, of diabetes diagnosis. This is predictive. How is it predictive? It can tell you whether or not you're on the road to insulin resistance. Yes, niacin does reduce high cholesterol. That's another seminar or another webinar, but yes, it does. When you have a fasting insulin level, what it's going to pick up is the rising levels of insulin, which is your body's response to rising levels of blood sugar. And if you measure it and you find that a person's insulin level is high, now you know that person, now you match that with a high A1C. Now you say this person is well on the road, proceeding at the speed limit towards Diabetesville. And you can tell them what needs to be done to bring that to a halt, to get them off that road. But if you wait until the person's blood sugars are totally out of control, they've already started to have end organ damage, and they've already started to burn out their pancreas, well, now you have a whole bunch more of repair to do, and sometimes you can't fix it, you can't replace it. And if you can catch the person before they burn out their pancreas, and you can give the body a chance and the insulin levels to fall, now you can prevent end organ damage, you can prevent years of misery. Why don't they do it? Do you know that if you go, I challenge any one of you, and you can get back to me through Instructor Bilal, go ask your provider, could you please do an A1C? You might get it. Ask them if you do a fasting insulin or another way of measuring the same thing, a C-Peptide, and they'll tell you it's not necessary. Well, how do you know what kind of diabetes I have? How do you know if it's insulin deficiency or insulin resistance? How can you know that if you don't measure the insulin levels? Doctors are gods. They just know, and you don't. Well, here's the remedy that I like to suggest to you, in most of the 50 United States, you can order your own labs. Oh, yes, you can order your own labs. It's called, there's about 4 or 5 of them, and you can contact me at onesacredservice@yahoo.com, ONE sacred, SACRED, service@yahoo.com, or you can access Instructor Bilal, you know his email address, and I can send you the names. And you'll have to pay cash, because this is what typically comes back to me. They say, my insurance company won't pay for it. What? My provider doesn't want to order it because the insurance companies are going to hassle her over why that's needed. But wait a minute, aren't you paying your provider to take care of your health? Aren't we involved in preventing disease? Well, actually, no, we're not. They're not. And that's a problem. That's a problem. So you can order it yourself. And in some states, you can actually walk into LabCorp or Quest and ask for it and pay for it yourself. In some states, you can do that. So remember, these 3 things. You can tell what kind of diabetes you have by fasting insulin or C-Peptide. What's the difference between fasting insulin and C-Peptide? C-Peptide hangs around in the blood longer, and therefore is easier to pick up than insulin level. But C-Peptide is what your body makes, and it's then converted into fasting insulin. So they're mirror images of the same thing. And an increase in one is likely a reflection of an increase in the other. A deficiency of one is likely a reflection of a deficiency in the other. C-Peptide, fasting insulin. And you can, if you email me, thank you, Habib. If you do that, if you email me, I'll send you the links to the articles that you could present to your provider. And I urge you to demand in a respectful way from your provider that they order this for you. The provider works for you. The provider has an obligation to do what is best for you, not to the insurance company. But that's gotten perverted. The other thing that you will want to have that can cause deviations in these levels is your thyroid. Another symptom of diabetes is fatigue. Yes, you go to sleep, you get the 8 hours, the 9 hours, but you've no energy. Well, that makes perfect sense because your cells can't make use of the energy that's in your blood, the glucose that's in your blood. And moreover, it causes toxic buildup and toxic waste as it oxidizes, so you feel lousy. Well, another adaptation that your body puts into action is to slow down your metabolism. That may seem kind of counterproductive, but it does not want to mobilize that extra sugar because the cells can't use it. So it slows down the metabolism, and often hypothyroidism can cause decreases and disruptions in insulin levels. Now that gets a little bit technical. All you really need to know is, doctor, can you measure my thyroid levels? And if it's off, meaning that your thyroid's underperforming, it's not performing as it should, one of the things that they should look at is, oh my goodness, let me look at this person's A1C. Let me look at this person's fasting insulin, because it's a very tight correlation between those two. So let's see, how are we doing time-wise? It's 7:14. I've been talking for roughly an hour. What I'd like to say to you in a short sentence is the type 1 diabetes requires close supervision. And changes that you would make by limiting your sugars, limiting your flours, limiting the refined things that quickly turn into sugar in your blood. If you're taking insulin as a type 1 diabetic and you stop eating those things, your blood sugar level will come down rapidly. Now, your body will tolerate high blood sugar a lot better than it will tolerate low blood sugar. Low blood sugar is a dangerous thing. It causes you to pass out while you're driving, etc. So you don't just jump in and change your diet. Like Karima Medina Bilal said, I got to stop eating this or stop eating that, and I had a bad outcome. I'm telling you flat out, as plainly as I can, talk to your provider about adjusting your medications, your insulin, your tablets, if you're going to change the way you eat. Why? Because they prescribe these things with the expectation that you're eating the same way that gave you diabetes in the first place. If you reverse that and stop eating that way, then you have to adjust your medications. Let me tell you a couple of other very quickly. And I think because I always like to leave you on a high note, I like to leave you with actionable things that you can do. There are 5 things that are absolutely the worst things that you can do for if you have diabetes, or the 5 things that you do that will most likely give you diabetes if you continue to do them. Therefore, stopping doing that, doing differently, doing other things, changing those things, avoiding those things, will very likely give you a different result. The worst thing, I'll start with just one. The absolute worst thing that you can do to your body that will give you diabetes without question, if you do it long enough, is soft drinks. Here's a thing that I want, if you get nothing else out of this, I want you to get this. The soft drink industry fought for the longest time the requirement to put on the label of the soft drink, soda, iced tea, energy drinks, sports drinks, name it, the amount of sugar that is in it. They fought that tooth and nail. Well, the way they got around that was to identify it in terms of grams. So you'll see certain colas, you'll see certain yellow sodas, you'll see certain orange sodas, or even ginger ales. And they'll tell you that they have 50 grams. One of them has 77 grams. Another one has 50 grams of sugar in it. But we don't think in the United States in terms of grams. We don't measure things in terms of grams. We use teaspoons and ounces, right? Pints, half gallons. So the way that you can look, if you want to take one action that you could take today that would change your outcome and change it dramatically, type 1 diabetics, pay attention, is you look at the soft drinks and convert the grams of sugar into teaspoons, which you would understand. How do you do that? Divide the number of grams by 4. 4 grams, 1 teaspoon. 4 grams, 1 teaspoon. So if you have a, believe it or not, there are beverages that have 80 grams of sugar in them. Astonishing, but there are beverages that have 80 grams of sugar divided by 4. And you see it's got 20 teaspoons of sugar. Under what circumstances would you sit at a table with a container of sugar and just dip 20 teaspoons of sugar into a glass or a bottle of 16 ounces and drink it? You'd never do that. Matter of fact, it would taste so wretched. It would taste so sickening, you wouldn't drink it. Well, how do you drink it if it's in a soft drink? Well, A, they carbonate it, and B, they add something to it called phosphoric acid. which changes the taste. And they add all these other artificial chemicals and flavors and blah, blah to it. So overall, if there's one thing you want to change, one magic bullet, one genie that you could ask for a strategy to reverse or to stop diabetes, it would be stop drinking soft drinks. Your body does not need soft drinks. You want them, but you don't need it. What you do need, water. But a dear Lord, water? Well, too bad. At some point, when you become an adult, you begin to do what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, whether you like it or not. That comes straight out of my mother. You will do what I tell you to do, or when I tell you to do it, whether you want to or not, young lady. She actually said heifer, but I diverged. So what's my point to you? If you are a type 1 insulin using diabetic and you have been drinking soda, which, believe it or not, they will tell you you can do, just adjust your insulin levels. I've seen it. Then when you stop drinking it, you will need a lot less insulin. Huh? So pay attention to that. Discuss that with your provider. Let me say that again. Discuss any changes you're going to make to your beverage intake or your food intake if you're an insulin using diabetic. If you're not, and you're type 2 diabetic, a non-insulin using diabetic, then you can make these changes gradually. You're not as brittle as a person who's using insulin. And you can make those changes gradually, and you will find that you will not need, as your blood sugar, let me state it this way, you will find, if you measure them, that your glucose levels, your fasting glucose levels, all those metrics will change. And truly, in 30 days, you could change your whole diagnosis. You could change all of those things. So I'm going to conclude with this. Oh, one other thing I'd like to say. Some people will say, well, my doctor told me that I could use diet drinks. And a lot of the diet industry with artificial sweeteners is another multi-billion-dollar industry. The fact of the matter is your body is not stupid. When you use these artificial sweeteners, such as aspartame, acesulfame sodium, acesulfame potassium, stevias, even all these other ones, what you will find is that your body will still respond, your pancreas will still respond with insulin spikes, even though these are artificial sweeteners. It may take a little bit longer for it to happen, but these things are hundreds of times sweeter than regular sugar is. And your body has no reference for how to handle it. So what I suggest is that you stop drinking them. You have no need. You have no need for diet beverages. Now, Instructor Bilal, how much more? Oh, Instructor Bilal says that I can continue on. I'll tell you 4 more things that you should stop that can help you reverse diabetes. Okay. First one was soft drinks. All right. Now that goes for iced tea. I don't care what they are. Anything outside of water, right? That tastes sweet when you drink it. In that same category are the energy and sports drinks. If you're an athlete and you are, running up and down, you're running track, you're running 4 and 5 miles a day, etc., and you're sweating out all of your sodium and your electrolytes, you're a basketball player and you're running back and forth in sprints and high intensity exercise for 75 minutes, 90 minutes, that's a different story. The average one of us is not doing that. So the marketing has pushed the narrative that you should use energy drinks for electrolytes and hydration and all that. Many of them contain high fructose corn syrup, which is a problem. Many of them, and the way the industry addressed that is instead of saying high fructose corn syrup, now they just say corn syrup, still sweetener. Or they're just using cane sugar. My advice here is look at the ingredients, read the label. How many grams of sugar does it have? If they're using regular sugar and it's got double digits amounts, you shouldn't drink it. And it's got artificial sweeteners in it, you shouldn't drink it. Now, some people will say, well, what about xylitol? What about erythritol? The only one of the artificial sweeteners that are the sugar alcohols, that's the ones that have itol at the end of it, xylitol, mannitol, erythritol. The only one of those that I've read about that has no side effect or adverse effect is erythritol. I personally don't like any of them. They give me a headache, and they run havoc with your gut bacteria. Erythritol is said to not do that. So if you're going to do any of them, erythritol is the better one of them. Stevia, I can't stand it. I can't stand the taste of it. I just don't like it. I've had it, and pure stevia has like this licorice aftertaste, and I just really dislike it. Most stevias are cut with dextrose because it takes such a little amount of it. They cut it with something else so that you can use it as a tablet or as a powder. So you have to watch these things carefully. And unlike erythritol, the rest of them really do a bad thing on your gut bacteria. Yeah. And so one of the side effects of all of them is bloating, and it will give you aggressive flatus, the passing through the lower digestive tract of gas, sometimes rather malodorous gas with heavy molecules. So best move, don't drink it. What's the next one? The iced coffee drinks. Worst for diabetes, the iced coffee drinks. When A, they're expensive, B, they're loaded with preservatives, C, they're loaded with artificial fats, they're high calories, they will spike your insulin levels, and they're a bad idea. And then if you're talking about going to places like Starbucks, they're going to hassle you about your vaccine status. No, you don't get my money. Now, let's say that you want to make your own, and you want to you brew your own coffee, or you use your own instant coffee, and you're going to use your own creamers. Better you use half and half or actual heavy cream. That's what I use because it's fat, and fat will not spike your insulin levels the same way that sugars do. Supposing you're lactose intolerant, use cream, see what happens with that. Or use the nut milks, the almond milks, the oat milks, et cetera, et cetera. Do your best to stay away from the sweetened creamers. Do your best. Why? Because they're full of stuff like mono and diglycerides and other kinds of things, trans fats. They got around that. But if you look it up, you'll find that mono and diglycerides and these other things that they have, the other additives that they put in them, and the artificial colors and flavors and the amount of sugar that's in them, you can do better if you make it yourself. And it's cheaper. It's cheaper. What's the other one? Fruit juice. What? Fruit juice? Didn't we hear that fruit juice was part of a balanced breakfast? Didn't they tell us that for the longest time? Fruit juice is liquid sugar. What? Well, yes. Imagine your basic apple juice, right? Or your basic orange juice. How many of you have ever made your own juice? It might take 8 oranges, 10 oranges in order to make a glass of orange juice that's about this big, which you can knock back because it's so delicious. You can knock that back in a heartbeat. 16 ounces. May take you 12 oranges. How many of you would sit there and eat 12 oranges at a time? The average person's good for 1 or 2. I love oranges. I'm good for 1 or 2. So what does that mean? You would never at one sitting ingest all the sugar that is in one 16-ounce glass of fruit juice. Take home message, eat the fruit. Do not juice the fruit, eat the fruit. There's one use and one use only that I can think of for fruit juice. Actually 2. One is if you are an insulin using diabetic and you overshoot your insulin and start feeling jittery, like you're going to faint. Fruit juice, real fruit juice, not fruit juice cocktail, but real fruit juice is a nice way to bring your blood sugar up quickly. The other use for it is to make your own salad dressing. Yeah, you can make a nice salad dressing using pineapple juice concentrate or orange juice concentrate or apple juice concentrate. That plus a natural oil like an olive oil or coconut oil and apple cider vinegar. Oh, you can make it, and your herbs of whatever variety you like. That's a very good use for fruit juices. Other than that, ixnay, no. And the other one, as I think I said, is the sugar-free drinks. Stay away from them. And so that's about as much as time will permit me to say. I'll be very happy to come back and do a part 2 or part 3. As a matter of fact, if you like, you can suggest to Instructor Bilal that I do like a 15-minute segment every week on diabetes, reversing diabetes, how to navigate the maze around that. And I'll be really happy to do that. It's an ongoing thing. The take-home message from this is you gave yourself diabetes. It's your fault. Beautiful part about that is since you did it to yourself, you can undo it. As a matter of fact, you're the only one who can undo it, reverse it. Doctors can treat it, but you can reverse it. I want to leave you on that message of hope and wish you a wonderful, wonderful evening. Now, you, Instructor Bilal, can we take some time for questions?
Thank you.
Oh, after we do this, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So a couple of questions.
Instructor Bilal?
Yes, ma'am.
Beverly calls our Murad from Florida.
I
just wanted to make a statement. I do a lot of research and I have listened to so many lectures on diabetes. My brother passed last year from the effects of diabetes, had lost both his legs, was on dialysis for years. But this is the best presentation that was understandable right from the beginning, how you presented it. And I don't know how many people realize that, but thank you so much. Kudos to you.
My pleasure. All the thanks goes to Allah. I just work for him.
Yes, ma'am. I understand that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. Next question.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
This is Ahmed Hassan in DC. Question about juicing. We're using a juicer. Would you say that to not juice carrots also?
Use remember, if it's a sweet tasting juice, it contains sugar. Therefore, if you want to address diabetes, reverse diabetes, you should limit the amount of sugar. Now, best use for apples and carrots and beets in juicing is to use them as the sweetening agent. So if you're going to make a juice when you're using something like spinach or using something like kale or something like broccoli, where it's a very strong and not celery and not necessarily a very pleasant taste, that's the best use in my mind for using carrots. And I also suggest that you get the kind of blender that's like a Vitamix, or the one that we have is a Ninja Pro. And what do these blenders do that's different than your average blender? These are things that will juice your hand. They will puree flesh. These things are so powerful that if you put the whole carrot, if you put the whole beet, the whole apple in there, it will reduce it to a puree, a smoothie consistency that you can drink the whole thing. Whereas most juicers separate the juice from the pulp. And it's the pulp that slows down the absorption of the sugars. And that's what you want. So that's the way I would use carrots, beets, or apples. Next question. Next question.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yeah, Sister Karima, could you just talk briefly about hidden sugars? Because the FDA just recently, I think probably within the last 3 or 4 years, they required that the hidden sugar content, as well as sodium content, hidden content that was hidden all the time. Now they said it to be listed on the labels.
Sure. So the take-home message here is read the labels on everything that you ingest. Read the labels. Another argument for cooking your own food instead of eating out. What you'll find is that everything that is commercially produced has sugars in it, has hidden sugars in it. Why? Because they skimp on taste. They skimp on high quality ingredients for the most part in the interest of profits and cost containment. Therefore, in order to make something taste good, they add flavors, sugars, and salts. Matter of fact, there's a wonderful book that you would want to read, and I think you would really enjoy this, brother. And it's called Salt, Sugar, and Fat, How the Food Industry Hooked Us. Salt, sugar, and fat, how the food industry hooked us. And what does it say? It says that they actually have labs. Astonishing to think of, but they have labs where they test the maximum amount of sugar or salt or fat or colors, flavors, etc., to reach what's called the bliss point. The bliss point, that point where you say, wow, this is astonishing, this is amazing, and I must have it, and I must drink it. And this is how you get the bet you can't eat just one with the potato chips. That was wild if you think back on that advertising campaign. It said, bet you can't eat just one. And sure enough, they do hook you. So if you look at the hidden sugars on labels, what you'll see now is added sugars. So there's 2 ways to address that. Number one, anything, I'm gonna give you 3 points on that. Number one, anything that is made from flour is going to turn into sugar in your body. Why? It's a grain that generally has had the bran and the fiber removed from it. And it's pulverized, it's made into a powder, which your body will digest quickly. And that means it's likely to spike your blood sugars, which is therefore going to require a spike in insulin. So if it, read your labels, key phrase, read your label. And if it says flour of any kind, whether it's wheat flour, corn flour, corn starch, which is in there, and all those things are going to turn into sugar rapidly in your blood. And let me also at this point interject. People who are doing the gluten-free stuff are have to be extremely careful. When you eat grains or crackers or breads, which are said to have gluten-free, what they're using generally is potato starch, corn starch, arrowroot starch, and all of these starches rapidly will spike your blood sugar. So you're trading a gluten reaction for a insulin spike. So I say, look at your labels, and if it says flour, immediately make sure you look at the sugar content. Don't focus quite so much on the carbs, right? The carb thing will drive you crazy if you're trying to count carbs. Counting carbs and counting calories was the standard for the longest time. I personally can't do it. I'm just not that meticulous. So I suggest that you look at the sugars, because calories and insulin spikes don't necessarily correlate, right? So what do I mean by that? If you were to say, people put you on diets for low calorie diets, and they'll say you can eat kind of whatever you want as long as it's going to keep you within 500 calories or 1,000 calories or 1,500 calories. They're failing to take into account what this will do to your insulin levels. If you're about weight loss, you have to be about controlling insulin, because insulin is a fat storage hormone. You spike your insulin levels, your body is going to take whatever sugars you take in and turn it to fat, unless you're going to be about using it right off the top. So that's the thing on the hidden sugars. And I'll go more into that as we progress, but I just want to give you that one. Look for sugars, and you can do this. Quick reference. You can go to a website called Fooducate. Fooducate, Fooducate, and you can put in any substance that you see on a label, and it will tell you if it's safe, what it is, what it's used for, how it works. And it's a very, very good site. Is the sugar being discussed just refined sugar, or are we including raw cane sugar as well? I'm talking about sugar, period. Refined sugar has less vitamins, less minerals, perhaps less taste. It's less bad for you, if you can say that, but it will still do the same thing to your insulin levels. So if you want to use, what do they call this, raw and refined sugars, it'll still do the same thing calorie-wise, and it'll still do the same thing in terms of your insulin spikes. I wanted to know about the enzymes in the body. Is this a chemical that is naturally in the body to read the intake? Does the enzymes let the cell know if this particular intake is harmful or not to the cell? So enzymes, if I'm understanding the question, enzymes are substances which either start or inhibit chemical reactions in your body. So in the mouth, when you have enzymes, then your body will start the digestive process. So when I say that your body understands, or your body gets an instruction from the food that you eat, it tells your body what enzymes to release. Example, to digest fat in the gut, in the stomach, you need an enzyme called lipase. So if you eat a steak, for example, that's got fat in it, or if you eat cream cheese on a bagel or something like that, your body will know what to do with it. Your body will know. Your pancreas understands carbohydrates, so it releases something called amylase. I mean, there's just protease for proteins. There's just so many of them, but the big picture is the body knows. I'm not sure if that answered your question, but the body knows. Does niacin reduce high cholesterol? Absolutely, it does. And it's a very safe way when you take it appropriately to do that, compared to the other agents that are used for this. Now, that's a discussion unto itself, but here's the short sentence. There's two forms of niacin, and the one that people seem to get into trouble with is the timed release form of niacin. That has been demonstrated to cause liver damage in some people. So you would want to do the research on that. You can go to something called drugs.com, and that will give you some guidance on how to do that. There are a couple of different forms of niacin. My personal favorite for how to take niacin, you're going to go to a website called dryourself.com. dryourself.com. And when you get to the site, on the left-hand side, you will scroll down and you will see a list of all the nutrients. And one of those nutrients is going to be niacin, and they're alphabetized. There's a whole body of work done by I think his name is Fred Klenner, on niacin in its use for depression, for reversing cardiovascular disease. Just an amazing nutrient, but you have to take it the right way. And one of the reasons that people don't take it is because when it's a potent vasodilator. What's a vasodilator? It means it dilates your blood vessels. And that's going to cause what they call a flush. And women know what this is. It's it feels like a serious business hot flash. It's not harmful, but it's unpleasant. Now there's ways around it. So when you do it, the big picture is start small and increase. But go to those sites, go to dryourself.com, drugs.com. What you'll find are the different kinds, the different forms of niacin, nicotinic acid, niacinamide, inositol, hexanicotinate, 2-inch words, but you'll find there's 3 major forms that you'd buy it in. And also the dosage. Is it immediate release? Is it time release? Read up on it, discuss it with your provider, find out how it may or may not interact with the other things that you're taking. But the short answer to your question, it definitely does. If you really want to reduce high cholesterol, cut your sugar and flour. Does grapefruit juice reduce sugar in the blood, and do beets lower blood pressure? Grapefruit juice, I say stay away from fruit juices, period. Eating grapefruits does a bunch of stuff, good stuff. Grapefruit itself, it's one of my personal favorites, citruses. However, it can interact with certain medications. So any medications that you're taking, look it up and see whether or not there is an interaction with grapefruit juice. In general, stay away from fruit juices of any kind. That said, there is beets, beets. Beets are good things. They're one of the beneficial foods for diabetics. One of the things that you get from beets is it's used in the production of something called nitric oxide. Yeah, nitric oxide, which is a vasodilator. So remember, the mechanism for high blood pressure is what's called vasoconstriction. Essentially, you're trying to push a large volume of fluid through a small hole, right? And therefore, there's pressure buildup on the sending end. So almost all blood pressure medications are built on the premise that if you dilate the blood vessels, you'll decrease the resistance and therefore you'll lower the blood pressure. Well, nitric oxide does that on its own. And it's found in abundance in beets, the precursor to making nitric oxide. I think it's called citrulline, is found in abundance in beets. So it's, if you can stand the taste, I don't happen to like them, but if you can stand the taste of them, it's a good thing to eat beets. So we've taken all the questions that we can take at this moment, and Instructor Bilal has information of a different sort that is as beneficial or more for your edification. So I'm going to yield the mic and do so by wishing you all just the most wonderful week, all the health, all the joy, all the prosperity and peace that you can stand.
Thank you.
We're going to take, you're welcome. We're going
Thank you so much, Sister Karima.
to, we're going to be taking a short break, and we're coming back at 8:10 exactly. Instructor Bilal says, be there or be square. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you for the information. You answered my questions
Wa
about
alaikum assalam.
You're welcome, darlings. I love you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Blessings.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you for the information.
Alhamdulillah, welcome. You're certainly welcome.
Appreciate you, sis.
Alhamdulillah, appreciate you as well.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Thank you all for staying with us as we go into the second part of what I have to present today on the subject of the word soul. And that is soul as it is to be explained as S-O-U-L, meaning your human property, installed within you by the source creator, Allah, and also the Latin meaning for S-O-L, which is the sun that's in the sky. And also the word S-O-L-E, which means to be singular and alone or unique, soul. Not to mention, they put that particular spelling as the meaning for soul as it is situated beneath your feet. So it is something that you stand upon. And in some cases, it's something that you walk over and abuse. So be careful where you put your feet. So let me grab my notes and get back into it, inshallah. There we go. Okay, I'm going to enlarge the screen once again. And hopefully that will be enough for those who are having issues with their vision, as many of us do. Okay. One moment. I think I grabbed the wrong notes. Give me just one moment. Okay. One moment. Okay. Here we go. There we go. All right. So we begin again with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, with Allah's signature, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. In case you joined us after the first parts of what were presented today, or what was presented today, I am your international instructor, Benjamin Bilal, and I was followed by my wife and partner, Karima Medina Bilal, who gave some excellent information pertaining to diabetes. And you know, as she was speaking, I was thinking about the value of nunetics and the consonantal connections and the way that we are able to make these connections even between languages. And this is what I refer to as cosmic downloads. This is the way I learn now. I don't learn mostly through the reading of books. I learn through cosmic downloads. That might make me sound crazy to some of you, but I'm telling you that it's a process that Allah allows to take place amongst the people who He deems worthy of preserving certain information with, because that information is going to be used more for the future than for the present. And I don't know if you're understanding what I'm saying by that, but it is information that I believe Allah is downloading, and He does that for certain individuals. For sure, He did that through Imam W.D. Muhammad. He even did that through the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It's not a matter of whether you are 100% correct in your summations. It is a matter that you are 100% serious and innocent in your intentions, that Allah chooses to gift you, as I call it, with certain levels of credible information that can be used as a means of helping humans who come into that language, helping them to evolve humanly. That's what this whole thing is about. That's what the Qur'an is in a nutshell. It's the vehicle through which Allah allows human beings who come into contact with those frequencies and with those words and those understandings coming from those words, which allows them to actually graduate on the soul level, on the soul level, on the spiritual level, if you will. So keep that in mind. That's what this information is. So as she was speaking about this subject of diabetes, I started thinking about the consonantal connections related to the word diabetes. And immediately, the word in the Qur'an that has the consonantal connection with the word diabetes is the word da'abat or da'abatun. Da'abatun. Just off the top, does anyone who knows how to read the Quran in Arabic recognize that word and what it means in the Quran?
Can you repeat the word, sir?
Yeah, I'm actually going to spell it out on the screen so you'll see it. Give me just a moment to separate it. Hold on. Da'abatun. Anybody recognize that?
Does it mean weak? Does it mean weak?
Weak? No.
Okay.
Is it moving creature?
Yes. Is that instructor Bayina?
Yes, sir.
All right. Our senior instructor. Always on the case. Yes. Give us that meaning again. Moving creature. Now let
Moving
me tell you-
creature.
Yes, ma'am. Now let me tell you how this is
Or
used.
crawling animal.
Yeah, let me tell you how this word is used in the Quran. So please remute your phone so we'll have a clear call. Allah says that, I'm sure you've read the part of the Quran where it speaks about the moving creatures, creatures that move on the earth. That word da'abatun is used. It's used also to represent the creatures that Allah speaks about as having this affinity for worshiping things as gods beside Allah. So Allah says that the worst of the da'abatun The worst of these creatures are those who take their own ahwa, as their ilah. Listen to this carefully, and we'll explain. The worst of the da'abatun are those who take their own ahwa. Now, what is ahwa? We're talking now about our lower desires. Let me finish teaching. I got it from here. Thank you. All right. They take their own ahwa as their ilah. And I'm sure most of us, if not all of us, know that ilah is the word that is being translated as God, small g, if you will. So listen at what's being said. The worst of the creatures moving about on earth are those who take their own ahwa, their own lower desires, those desires that should be rightfully controlled by the intellect of the person, but they are allowing their lower emotions, they are allowing their lowest energies, meaning they're materialistically inclined, physically inclined energies is what this is speaking to, ahwa. It's also where they get the word Hawa, that they say was the name of the wife of Adam. Adam wa Hawa, meaning Eve, right? And, you know, there's a whole lot to say about that we won't say tonight. Suffice it to say that ahwa represents those things that you turn your attention to that are not worthy of that level of devotional attention. That's what an ilah is. It is something that you see as being worthy of your devotional attention, meaning attention that should be paid to that even when that thing is not the priority in your life. Like if we constantly watch television and movies and listen to music for no reason whatsoever, just because we love music. Or if we like to gossip and we do that, we listen to that, we involve ourselves in that over and over again, see who's zooming who and all. When we do that excessively, that becomes your object of devotional attention that is given the term ilah in the Qur'an. And we know in the Shahada that they give us, we say La ilaha illallah. And what that means more literally is not so much that there is no God except God, big G. That's not truly what it means. It means that there is nothing that is worthy of our devotional attention. Illallah. Illa means but or except for, but it also means only. Now you might be learning this anew for the first time tonight. You can actually phrase that there is nothing worthy of our devotional attention, comma, only Allah, meaning only Allah is worthy of devotional attention. So if we're giving our devotional attention to our ahwa, then that da'abatun becomes a problem in you. And the way we know that it becomes a problem is that elsewhere in the Quran, when it mentions this same word, da'abatun, it is translated as beast, B-E-A-S-T, beast. So when the Quran says that in the end of times, as they translate it, that there's going to be a beast that speaks to man. The word is da'abatun, a beast that speaks to man. And people are looking for the Dajjal, you know, the one-eyed beast. And, you know, these scholars have us all over the place with this one because they don't truly know what these things mean. This beast that is being referred to is simply a reference to the human being's physical or material nature that Allah has actually clocked into your physical body. That's how you're able to move. Your sensory body, your motor skills, all of the things that are responsible for the life of the body as it carries itself from place to place on this earth. If you divorce that body from its leadership or its authority, meaning from the intellect and from the higher emotions, if you don't allow the human intellect, that decision-making apparatus that Allah created in us, if you don't allow that and the higher emotions, the love and the appreciation and the compassion and all of those things that you're supposed to have for much more than just you, empathy, etc. If you don't allow those higher emotions to become the authority in you, then the lower emotions, that ahwa, the lower desires, are going to rule in you, and it's going to lead you to create all kinds of false ilahs. And they're going to ruin and regulate and run amok throughout your life. So this beast is simply your flesh and the appetites of the flesh. That's what the abaton means. That's why it's not just the human, but it's any moving creature. Because all moving creatures are regulated by the appetites within their material flesh. Listen very, very carefully to the next few things I'm going to say. This is actually an answer also to what's been given in the Bible, in the book of Revelations, as the beast that was given the number 666. And what a lot of people don't know who don't study science is that within the human being's flesh and makeup, there are 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons. They represent what's called your carbon-12 body or flesh and blood suit that you're wearing. That's not the real you. That's the vehicle that Allah has created to carry you through this material life experience. So you're not 666. And 666 is not really the devil, as they give us this evil creature that's going to creep up on you and make you do all kinds of crazy stuff that your mama never taught you to do. No, that's not it. All 666 is saying, because it says that it is the number of a man. His number is 666. Yes, every man and woman's number is 666. If they are describing themselves merely as a physical presence on earth, this flesh body and its appetites. If that flesh body does not have the authority of a higher essence of emotionality and a higher level of intellectual distinction and discrimination in terms of what to allow into itself mentally, what to dismiss as foolishness mentally. If you're not operating on that level, then you have allowed your flesh to dictate to you. And that's the beast that will appear at or in this scenario that is painted not only in the Bible Revelation, but also in the Qur'an, when Allah says that a beast will speak to us. So how is that connected to this idea of diabetes? I'm going to study that, because that's exactly what diabetes does in the flesh body. It's a moving creature that evolves, that travels throughout the body. It's one of the only diseases that can wreak havoc on just about every and any part of the body. From your eyes and the top of your head all the way down to the amputation of your toes. So it's a moving creature, all right. So that's the level that I want you Nunetics learners and instructors to begin pondering upon. When words come to you in English, especially if they're in the sciences, try to find the Quranic equivalent in terms of consonantal connections. That's how you need to be studying. I know a lot of new people might not understand where I'm at right now or what I'm talking about, but if you continue studying on this level, it'll be just a matter of a short time that you'll understand these connections also. So let's move on into the rest of tonight's discourse. So we were talking about Iqra, and we were saying to you that Iqra does not mean read, especially as a first meaning, because there was no physical book for Muhammad or anybody else to read from. However, it was an imperative command. Allah was commanding the prophet to do something. What was he commanding the prophet to do? The word Iqra in its root word, qara'a, means to gather or to collect. You can look this up in Lane's lexicon or in the dictionary of the Holy Quran, and you're going to see that qara'a means to gather, to collect, and then it'll tell you that it also means to read. But what is reading in this regard? Reading cannot take place until you have collected letters, individual letters. You have to gather those letters and put them in a way that will develop a word for you to read. A word, just like this word khalifa, is a combination or a gathering of individual letters. Kha, lam, fa, this feminine H at the end of khalifa, which feminizes it, and the vowels in between as sounds. So you're gathering consonants, essentially. You're putting those consonants together, and you're coming up with the harvest of information that these letters are suggesting based on what these letters actually mean. And that's what numetics is. It's giving you meanings for every single letter. You harvest those meanings, meaning you take them out of their dormancy and you begin to put them together so that they begin to feed the life of the intellect and the emotions in the same way that your physical crop feeds the life of your body, your family, and the community. So look very carefully at these next few connections. This word harvest is what ikra means. It's the gathering. When you go into the study of the details of these words, you're going to come out with much more information. So you look up harvest. I'm using the online etymology dictionary, in case you were wondering. Keep that in your holster. The online etymology dictionary. And I'll spell the word etymology in case you're not familiar with it. E-Y-M-O-L-O-G-Y dictionary. Etymology means the true meaning of words. The true meaning of words. Pardon me, I'm typing fast. How are the true meanings of words determined? They're determined based on the original meaning of the word when it was invented by the linguist. Words, when they are originally invented, are all descriptive of actual things in the environment. When Allah said that he taught Adam the names of all things, he taught him the names, all of them, he's referring to the nouns. The persons, places, things, and ideas can be included as a noun. This is what whoever Adam is or was or might be, as he's spoken about in the Qur'an, this is what he was taught. And he was taught this by the source creator, Allah. And guess what? So are we. You're taught by the same source creator who says in the Quran that it is Allah who is teaching all of us, not just Adam. It is Allah who is teaching all of us. Well, instructor, I don't understand how Allah is teaching me. I mean, my mother taught me, my school teacher taught me. How is Allah teaching me? That's what you're here to learn, so pay attention. Now, etymology. Ology means the study of. So it's the study of whatever etym means. And if you do a quick kind of thinking in the brain about what that sounds like, one of the closest words is going to be atom. A-T-O-M. Etym is consonantally connected to atom. So etymology can also be termed atomology. the study of the original essence, as science used to see the atom as being like the first thing produced in creation was the atom. They have since found out that an atom can actually be reduced to protons, neutrons, electrons, and then down to quarks and other terms that are used in science now. But for a very long time, science believed that it all began with the atom. So words all began with the atom. But etymology, just as the atom, is not the lowest denomination for you to study. The lowest denomination that will give you more information than even etymology gives you is this system of study that we are involved in called the Nunetics, because the Nunetics takes you back to the Fitra. Now, I know you heard of the movie Back to the Future, but inshallah, one day we're going to come up with a movie called Back to the Fitra, because the Fitra is the future. And the Fitra is not going to give you what the atom will give you. The Fitra is going to give you the detailed breakdown of anything that you study in creation as an instructing sign. The instructions will have no ending to them, because Allah has packed everything in His creation with meticulous information, pieces of information, parcels of information that are designed like that in order to help the human intellect graduate. So you keep going back and studying the spine or the hand or the bones or the teeth or the hair or whatever, or the sky or the whatever instructing signs you choose to focus on. You're never going to run out of lessons, if you will, for anything that you study in Allah's Fitra. And every time you go back to that object, it's going to be a wow moment, an aha moment for you. I thought the spine was just holding up the body. Now I just found out through science that the spine is also carrying spinal fluid. And what is that about? What's that for? Yeah. So the curiosity in the intellect is going to have you study forever if you're studying by this method that we're calling Nunetics, which traces you back, or traces words and concepts and sounds back to the Fitra. Because you can never exhaust the Fitra. What does Allah say? He says that if all of the oceans were ink and if all of the trees were pens, you could not exhaust ... And he's speaking about what he has established as information in his universe, or in the totality of his Fitra. You can't exhaust it. All right. So the gathering that Iqra is speaking to is called, in other words, the harvest. Now look at what the online etymology dictionary says about the harvest. It says that it's another word, an Old English word for autumn, as one of the 4 seasons. So now we know that harvest time is in the season called autumn. But you might not have known that the term autumn was invented based on the word Adam, A-D-A-M, as they give it in religion. Adam. What do you mean, instructor? Well, what's the alternate word for autumn? The alternate word for autumn as a season is fall. And I know all of you have heard of the fall of Adam. See, their knowledge is tied into how they chose to develop language. They chose to develop language in a way to hide the essence of these meanings from common people like you and me. They did that, on the most part, intentionally, especially with the English language. The English language was specifically designed to hide great wisdom from common people ever coming into that wisdom. They wanted us to just know the nuts and bolts of the language. Whereas there are people on this planet who teach their children and their grandchildren on the levels that I'm introducing this idea to you tonight, on that level. Don't just look at the word son, look into the word, because each one of those letters, son or daughter, has its own individual meaning. They know this among certain other religious communities on this planet Earth. They know this. This is how they teach their children. And believe it or not, this is how Muslims used to teach themselves and others during the prophet's time and immediately after the passing of the prophet. And some snake saw fit to put an end to that kind of research. What do you mean, Alif? They have it in one of their hadiths. Muhammad the prophet is reported to have said in one of their hadiths that Alif, Lam, Mim have meanings. He said, not as a corporation of letters necessarily. He said, what I mean is that Aleph has a meaning, Lam has a meaning, Mim has a meaning. That's in one of the Muslim Bukhari hadith. So where are the scholars on that one to say, hey, if he said that each letter has a meaning, why are we not investigating meanings for letters? Instead, they tell you that Alif, Lam, Mim. No, brother, we cannot translate that. Only Allah and his messenger know the meaning of that. Why would Allah put that in the book if he only wanted himself, who already knew it, and Muhammad, who he just taught it to? Those only two that should know that, and all of the rest of us have to wait till the hereafter to know what Alif, Lam, Mim, and Nun, and all of these abbreviated letters, as they're called, what they mean. Would Allah be that cruel to say that he revealed a book that is plain? And he revealed the book so that we might find guidance. That means we have to know what that means in order to be guided by it. So he's just teasing us then when he says Alif, Lam, Mim, Ra, Qaf, Sod, when he puts these abbreviated letters, as they call them, into the Qur'an and tells you that it ain't none of your business. Allah doesn't even want you to know what that is. He just wants you to know that he knows what that is. What kind of creator is that? Showing off what he knows to creatures who are born ignorant and innocent. You know that's not Allah. You know that's those rascals telling you that. You know that. Let's continue. So let's look at some of these consonantal connections. The letters V as in victory and B as in battle are also interchangeable. So you can take the V out of harvest and take off the suffix or put the suffix apart from it, put a B in the place of V, and you'll have the Arabic word haraba. You'll have the H, you'll have the R, and you'll replace the V sound, which Arabic does not have, with another labial that it interchanges with, and that would be, in this case, ba, B, bait, the letter bait, the second letter of the alphabet. So harava or harv as a consonantally connected word with haraba is going to have a related meaning. Now, what is harvest? It's when you take the vegetation out of the ground for purposes of serving it up on your dinner table or breakfast table, or taking it out to market for commercial reasons. Those are the two reasons that you harvest your crops. You want to bring it to your personal home to serve your personal interests. And you have been blessed with so much produce, alhamdulillah, that you have much of it left over to take to market and even to give away as sadaqah or zakah. Pay attention. Now you might say, well, what does that have to do with this meaning for haraba, which means war? It means battle and conflict. To spoil one's goods. Listen very carefully. Let me ask you a quick question. What would happen to all of those crops and all of that vegetation if you did not harvest it for purposes of bringing it to your home table and bringing it to market and sharing it with those less fortunate people who don't have their own gardens to produce their own produce? If you just let that produce sit around in the barn, for instance, or in your fridge or whatever, and you don't distribute it, it's going to spoil. This is as easy as ABC 1, 2, 3. I know you're understanding what I'm saying, but if you have any questions, put them in the chat box. Now you might say, well, that still doesn't amount to the meaning for war. Yes, it does. Now pay very, very close. You were paying close attention. I want you to pay very, very close attention now. When you pluck vegetation out of the ground, what you're doing is separating the root from its nutrition source. The root, no longer being connected to the soil, represents the eventual death of the vegetation. We pull the carrot out of the ground, we pull the corn stalks out of the ground, we pull the lettuce and the tomatoes and everything out of the ground, or the apples off of the tree, and we're not realizing that as soon as we separate it from its source of nutrition, it begins to die. It begins to spoil. And if you leave it alone, it'll show you on its surface what it means to have spoiled fruit and vegetation. That spoilage happens because you're separating the plant's blood from its nutrition source. Plant blood, that's called chlorophyll. I believe I remember how to spell that. Chlorophyll. All right. That's another word for plant blood. So as soon as you pluck that fruit or pull up that vegetation, you have separated what the chlorophyll needed to sustain the life of that plant. And you have effectively, even if you see it theoretically in this way, you have effectively shed the blood of that plant life. You think about the shedding of blood all of the time as human and animal blood. But if plants have blood, and they say that I think it's 98% compatible with human blood, I think there's only 2% of chlorophyll that has something different than human blood. So in every way, it's like human blood. In fact, you can buy chlorophyll and drink it on a daily basis, and it's going to help vitalize you. It's nutritious for you. Plant blood. You can go to the store and buy it, the health food store, ask them for some plant blood. It's dark green, it's a liquid, and you can take a spoonful, take a little bit of capsule or whatever, and you'll feel the difference. You'll feel more vitalized because it's that compatible with your blood. So again, when you pluck the fruit, you shed the blood of the plant. Not literally where you're going to see green stuff fall out of it. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're just saying that you have shed the blood in the sense of separating the blood from its nutrition source in the soil. And that is the theoretical way of explaining war based on your plucking of and separating of the vegetation or the fruit from its source. Let's keep moving. Allah says in the surah called Al-Hajj, the pilgrimage, they translate it, that's surah 22 and ayah 11. Allah says, وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَعْبُدُ اللَّهَ عَلَى Harfin. I want you to concentrate on that word with the HRF. Wa min al-nasi, there are among people, ya'budullaha, those who serve Allah, Allah, upon, or they say as it were, harfin, on the verge. That's all we need for now. There are people who are sometimesy about their service to the source creator. They come right to the edge of it, and then they don't take that step. They say, I know what I'm supposed to be doing, but I'm not ready to do that tonight. Let me try that when the sun comes up in the morning. I'll be better. I'll be good. I won't drink this alcohol. I won't smoke these cigarettes. I won't, it's a lot. I won't cuss and fuss. I won't, I'll pay more attention to, the things that deserve my attention, but I can't do it now, because the game is on and I need to be there with my bro, my boys. Yeah. So we keep putting things off. So we are serving Allah on the verge. You get it? And Allah tells us that that is a way that will lead to your eventual loss. See down there? I might as well read the English version. It says, there are among men some who serve Allah, as it were, on the verge. If good befalls them, they are therewith well content. But if a trial comes to them, they turn on their faces. They lose, L-O-S-E, both this world and the hereafter. That is loss, L-O-S-S, for all to see. And remember, I told you in the previous class on the subject of the soul, that very often you can take these same words in Arabic and in English, turn the consonants around or invert them, and you'll get the opposite meaning of what the word meant when you read it forward the first time. So if you take the word soul and invert it, instead of SL, you're going to have LS. And LS, as you can see, are the essential consonants that make up the English word lose, loss, and also lost. I hope that you're following this. So what does that say? That says that if loss is the opposite of soul, and loss means that it's gotten away from you, then soul must represent that which you are able to preserve, to keep it with you, to take care of it, to shelter it. Remember the soul's shell? That shell is a protective measure for keeping the soul preserved. Now, if you want to do damage to the soul, then all you have to do is flip the meaning for what the soul is supposed to represent. The soul is supposed to be something that you keep in the cell. As Karima mentioned, she mentioned the word cell. You can hear the consonantal connections in the SL sound in cell, even though it's spelled C-E-L-L, it's still SL sound. Cell, soul. Wherever you have that SL combination of consonants, you're going to have the meaning of that which should be preserved. So the soul should be preserved. How is the soul preserved? By socializing, by putting your social eyes in and keeping the social nature intact. How? Through your interaction as a gregarious creature, a creature who loves to communicate and be next to and learn something about and be at the game. I don't know all of these thousands of people, but hey, I'm just losing my mind at the football game because I just love, I would feel differently if it were just me and 10 other people in the field, in the stands, because the human being has been created to be social. So when you flip it and say that we need to stay away from each other socially, what you're actually doing is causing loss. In what area of your life? Your soul. Your soul becomes damaged if you take on a prolonged attitude that I need to stay away from people, as they have been encouraging since this whole so-called COVID thing has been in existence. And if you don't know me, you're going to get to know me now, what my position is on all of this. It's a scheme of Shaitan, to put it bluntly. It's designed to eliminate the effectiveness of what Allah created your soul to provide for you as a measure for advancing and graduating those good energies that Allah created you to operate upon. When you distance yourself, you're going against your own human nature. And if you stay distant for a long period of time, and they learned this from, you know, putting criminals in solitary confinement. Look at the words they use. And we're going to get into this. Solitary, say S-O-L, solitary, soul. That means when it's just you and your S-O-L-E self, by yourself. When you do that for long periods of time, you create damage to your S-O-U-L to the point where it cannot become an S-O-L in the environment of human exchange. How are you going to provide your light for the person who needs that light? How are you going to provide your warmth for the people who need that warmth? How are you going to provide the necessary elements for other people to grow based on your information and your love and compassion and all of the things that you shine on people like the sun shines all of that essence on us? How are you going to do that if you're afraid to even shake hands with people or to hug your mother anymore, or, you know, that kind of thing? And it's gotten so ridiculous that you can't even see the level of deep down dumbness that most of what they have encouraged us to do during this particular so-called pandemic. You can't even see the dumbing down process that they have put all of us under to one degree or another, because you're not seeing through your social eyes. You're not socializing, so you can't see it. If you're not looking through the social nature, if you're not understanding what the benefits are of keeping that social nature intact under what Imam Muhammad once called social bonding, the ilafi Quraysh, for the covenant, the protection of the Quraysh. Imam Muhammad said, what is that protection? He asked. That protection, he said, is the nature in human beings to want to engage in social bonding, the folding over of the social nature as it integrates and congregates with other human beings like themselves. That's your nature that they're interfering with. There's a lot to be said about there, and I'm not going to max out on that tonight, but I need to say enough to say that I gave you enough to make an intelligent decision when it comes to what you're accepting as emergency measures and the billions and trillions of dollars that some people on high are running away with, laughing behind our backs about. $3 trillion for what? And my gas prices have gone up. My fuel prices are increasing. I want to buy a used car and can't afford it because the prices have gone up. And they want me to just kind of, you know, I got to wait it out. That's just the virus. Hey, blaming it on some invisible enemy. And we're dumb enough to just bite the bullet and continue to kowtow and go along with the whatever the narrative is. Yeah, there's something out there waiting to get me. So I better mask up, two masks, pardon me. One of anyway, one of the advisors to our particular Muslim community advised that we even wear 3 masks. You know, wear the cloth one first, and then to put the other one over that, and then nobody knows what you're talking about. And I'm looking at these Juma channels from our association, and these guys calling themselves imams at the minbar, clearly much more feet away than 6 feet from the audience, still see fit to wear their mask while they're trying to deliver a khutbah, and you can hear their lungs saying, "You goddamn idiot. How you going to talk for an hour with a mask, rebreathing in what should be breathed out as carbon dioxide? You standing there, I can hear you gasping for air as you're trying to give your khutbah." And it's sad. I really feel sad for these people who I thought were more intelligent than this. I used to have high respect for the leadership in our association. I look at them now as a bunch of dumbed down dumbbells. Tell them I said it. This will be on YouTube in a minute. They'll hear me say it for themselves. Y'all are out of your cotton picking minds. And I say cotton picking for a reason, because you've gone back into slavery. Following behind the masters, the ones you see as masters, Mr. Fauci and Mr. Gates and all of these people. You better be careful what's behind that gate. It's coming to get you. So understand that. So this word harf, H-A-R-F, harfen, in is a suffix, is harf, which the H, the R, and the F, look at those letters now. They interchange with the H, the R, and the B, because F is also a lip letter, a labial. So haraba is also harafa. So he translates harfen as verge, being on the verge, and the word verge is consonantally connected to harf. The V is a labial, interchanges with the F. The R remains the same as you see it in harf, and the G is a guttural from the back of the throat that interchanges with the guttural letter ha, H, from the back of the throat also. So when you understand the importance and the value of Nunetics, you will understand alongside that and along with that, that this is the promised land for us, especially here in America. This is going to travel throughout the world, trust me, in a very short period of time. But this is the first stop on the tracks and in the station called the American station, especially amongst the people who have been denied language, denied articulation, intentionally had their languages scrambled so that they couldn't communicate with each other on the ship, if that was the case, or in the land that we eventually ended up in, if that was the case, or if we were already here, we couldn't understand the ones who came off the ship because they intentionally scrambled our tongues. So they brought some from the West Indies, they brought some from West Africa, they brought others from parts of East Africa, they brought others from South America, or to South America, they brought others to Barbados and other West Indian lands. And when we finally got together here in America, here we all are here now, but we don't even socialize with each other because we see ourselves as being totally different from each other. Even as different as people who grew up in the southern parts of the United States, they don't want to deal with the people from the northern, and it's the same people, but they don't want to deal with the people from the northern part of the United States. And the so-called white man has had the same trick played on him because he's not the one designing these tricks. There's a wizard behind the curtain who's not the white man. Sorry to spoil your day. Remember, Muhammad told you about these people. He said, I'm going to tell you who. He said they were a group, a contingency of conspiratorial Jews who designed most of what this world has come to be right now. Call me anti-Semitic if you want. A Semite is also an Arab, so you can't call me anti-Semitic. And Semitic is under the umbrella of the Afro-Asiatic languages. How you going to dismiss me and what I'm saying from all of those languages around the world? Millions of people. And I'm definitely not anti-Jew. I told you I was born into the Jewish religion. July 16, 1959, I was born in Mount Sinai Hospital, New York City, to parents who never brought any influence from Christianity into my life. They were Christians. They converted before I was born, just months before I was born. My mother and 6 of her siblings decided up in Harlem to attend a so-called Black Hebrew temple. And they were so fired up with the message because everybody at that time sounded like Malcolm X. They were so enthusiastic about the message of this particular African-American rabbi who said that he and we had ties directly to the Falashas of ancient Ethiopia. The Falashas. See, if you don't study on this level, don't try to argue with me. He said that was the religion of old for so-called the Black people. And there's some worth to what he said. So my mother was convinced. She left Christianity peacefully. And 6 of her siblings left along with her. When I decided to become a Muslim, do you know about 12 of my family members took Shahada when I did? See, you don't understand divine providence. You don't understand how that works. You want witnesses to that? Go check with anybody who's a longtime member of Malcolm Shabazz Masjid. Tell them if we didn't walk in there 12 deep with cousins and aunts and uncles to boot. All of whom are still Muslims. That was shoot. I didn't take Shahada till 1983, but I was studying this 3 years before Elijah Muhammad passed into Imam Muhammad's language, studied his language, memorized the centerfolds of Muhammad Speaks and then Bilalian News. But I said I wasn't going to take Shahada. I wanted to just know what I was doing and know what this was. So it wasn't until 1982 or so, under Imam Ali Rashid, Masjid Malcolm Shabazz, that I decided this was going to be the day. My older brother took it with me, and 12 of our cousins and aunts and uncles and my mother took Shahada. Thank you, Ahmed. Yeah, that's worth a round of applause, isn't it? For what Allah has done. So don't be thinking I'm a Johnny come lately or some plant from somewhere or something like that. Are you crazy? You all right? So getting back to the lesson. Now, this word verge and the word harf, English, Arabic, verge, English, harf, harfun, Arabic. And you should know that the word harf is also the Arabic word for letter. L-E-T-T-E-R. When you talk about individual letters, we're talking about harf. Oh, this is good food tonight. Yeah. And as I said, there's an underlying meaning for words that share consonantal connections. So whether we're talking about verge, which means to be between two things, I'm on the verge of, I haven't done it yet. I'm on the verge of doing it. This word harf and the word harb, which means war. What is war? War is a go-between or an in-between period between me taking your stuff or you taking my stuff. War is not supposed to be forever and ever, amen. War is an in-between period of conflict that is supposed to, at some point, lay down its burden. And Allah tells you that when they come at you with peace, then you are also to reciprocate peace, because harb or war is an in-between period where things just need to be worked out. Just like harvesting your crop. When you pull it out of the ground, you have created an in-between period of time, and you only have a certain amount of time to get it to the dinner table or to get it to the market. I hope you're understanding. All right? So that's what the harvest is. So you can apply that even to the activities connected to the idea of Iqra. Even if you see it as being reading a two-dimensional surface called a book. Because that also says that that act of reading, because it's under this harf and verge and harba influence and harvest and all of that, as Iqra, it's under that influence. That means that reading is just an in-between activity. What are you doing with all of that knowledge you're learning? Where are you taking all that stuff? Or you just want to be a bookworm? Or you just want to read the Qur'an once a year during Ramadan? What did you do with it for the rest of the year? Who did you teach it to? Who did you explain it to? How many of the words and the ayat and the surah in the Quran did you like really, really buckle down and try to understand? Who did you go to for understanding, for information? Or did you just treat it as one huge buffet? I like Instructor Bilal at this time. And then I like Imam Shuaib, and then Imam Yahya, and and they treat all of us like we're a buffet. When you're supposed to take any single one of us who's grabbing your attention, and you're supposed to dig down deep into what we're saying. And the deeper you dig, if you find that it's just surface information or placating information or emotionally laden information, leave that. That's going to give you diabetes. It's sweet. We like it when we hear it, but it's going to just service the beast nature in you, because nothing is happening in the mind to elevate the mind, and nothing is happening in the soul to graduate the soul. If that's the information you're listening to from whomever, including moi, you're supposed to leave us and go find something that's going to help graduate your soul. Yeah, people who leave Islam and go into Buddhism because they said, well, whatever this is that these people are teaching me here about this Islam is benefiting Arabs, and other people don't look or sound like me. It's not doing anything for my soul. They got me in these rituals that are just really like 5 minutes of exercise, and I don't feel any different when I get up. When I read the Quran, I don't feel any different, and nobody's really teaching me what these words mean. I know they have deep meaning if they're from the Rabbil Alameen. But these people only want me to learn this and accept this on a mundane level that they approve of based on their school of thought. And if I venture outside of their school of thought, they say, that's not good. You're not practicing Islam. You're supposed to be Hanbali or Shafi or Maliki or some other thing that's really not a key, because it ain't opening up no doors. All right. Look at the word faraja, which is consonantally connected. See, harvest, the V interchanges with the F as a lip sound, labial, fa, fa, va, va. The R remains the same, and the Jim is a guttural from the back of the throat, just like ha, ha, ha. So the word faraja or farajim is going to have related meanings to harvest, to verge, to harf, to harb. And what did I say it meant as an underlying theme? It's a go-between or an in-between period or thing. So what is faraja? It means to open, to separate, to cleave, to split. Isn't that an in-between? To enlarge, to part, to let a space between. You see that? That's all you need to hear. I don't need to go through the whole thing, but I need to say this, that faraja also refers to the parting hind legs or intervening spaces between fingers. So this is faraja. This is faraja. Same thing for between your toes, but guess what? Same thing for between your legs. So farajun means pudenda, which is a reference to the sex organ of the female. Farajun. The Quran speaks about these words. Chastity, keeping your legs closed. It's the space between legs of a horse or mare, but it's also the parts of a person, male or female, indecent to expose. So it's talking about the space between a human being's legs, their sex organs, their organs of generation. So what is it saying? I'll give you a theory. It's saying that even the act of sex is a go-between, get it, or an in-between period. So if you're living the majority of your life with sex on your brain, you've gone to the extreme. If you're spending most of your daily thoughts about the next romp in the bedroom with whoever, if you still got the, it's so hard to be a pimp mentality, then you have committed your most precious resource, called the human intellect, to something that has taken you past the verge and off the cliff and into the hellfire. And that will be for this life and the life to come. That will be your existence. So get used to it. Because sex is not supposed to be the only thing on your mind. It's supposed to be the in-between, so that the relationship can develop better, so that the children can be produced if that's the case. But it's the in-between space that occupies parts of your daily thinking and activity is the point. So again, the underlying theme between all of these consonantally connected words, including war, and some people, when they're involved in the faraja or the furuj, you would think they're having war or battling, screaming out, crying out. Some of them take gadgets to bed that they whip each other with. And this world has gone crazy. They're muzzling the woman's mouth and tying her hands behind her back. See, that's what happens when you give it to the extreme. Let me move on. Now there's the word fa-jim ra. See, here it's fa-ra-jim, but here it's fa-jim ra. What does it mean? Look again. Cut, divide lengthwise, break open. You see that? Look up at faraja. To open, separate, cleave, split. You see how these consonantally connected words always have similar meanings, related meanings, always. So fa jim ra means these things: to cut, to divide lengthwise, to break open, to vent, to incline, decline, deviate, dawn, sunrise, daybreak. That's where we get the idea of fajr being daybreak. You see the BRK as consonants in break. They interchange with the fa, that interchanges with the B as a labial. The jim is a guttural that interchanges with the K, which is a guttural in break. And the ra stays the same, representing the R. So the word break and the word fajr are basically saying the same thing. Now, fajr represents the space between night and daylight. You get it? Let me push this down to the next line, the next page. Fajr represents the space between night and daylight. Fajr. When the night appears more abundant than the encroaching light, there remains the possibility of faulty vision and actions. You don't want to totally go out there in that forest or in the woods or any place like that, or even in the streets if it's not really light enough for you to see who that is coming down the block in that trench coat, or you know what that sound was that ran across the street. I didn't catch which animal that might have been, because it's not light enough outside. That period is spoken of in the Qur'an as fujur. Fujur. So the chances of danger occurring happens most likely when the morning, quote unquote, and that's why they call it morning, because it's like mourning, mourning, like when somebody dies or when somebody gets seriously hurt, you're mourning. That happens when we become victimized by the circumstances related to not having enough information and something bad happens, or not having enough vision to be able to waylay danger. That's called a fujur. And Allah even gives you a hint of it in the surah that we read every Ramadan related to the so-called night of power, where the last line says, Salamun hiya hatta matla'il fajr. Peace it is until the rising of Fajr. That means when Fajr begins to rise, peace is broken. The peace was actually in the night, what they call the Laylat. They translate that as night, but Laylat doesn't mean like physical night, as far as the 12 hours darkness, you know, that kind of thing. That's what Layl means, but Laylat, as in Laylatul Qadr or Laylatul Qadr, that's not what that means. We went through that this past Ramadan. If you want a copy of that, simply email me and ask for that. What I said on the so-called night of power pertaining to that entire surah, we went through all of it, so I won't repeat it tonight. But the point is that the fujur is representative of that period of darkness. It doesn't mean that it's evil. A lot of the translators like to say that the soul contains an evil property. No, Allah did not create the human soul for purposes of perpetuating evil. Let's look at it. The soul, and we're going to show you how the soul is treated in words within the surah that speaks about the metaphorical image for the soul. And that metaphorical image for the soul is the sun, S-U-N. We'll get to that in just a moment. The soul is your singular or soul, S-O-L-E, responsibility. How do we know? Look at what Allah says. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu. Oh, those of you who have expressed aman, faith. Alaykum anfusakum. Alaykum means upon you as a responsibility is what? Your nafs. Anfusakum, that's plural for many, many nafs, all of your nafs. Allah is saying that each and every one of us carry the responsibility for what is taking place in our own souls. Whether these souls graduate or become retarded is up to you, the individual. If you say that you have accepted Aman, if you are of the Amanu, those who have trusted or had faith, declared faith in what? In the message established by Muhammad. Now, the soul, S-O-L, meaning the sun, is singular and unique in our galaxy and is charged with providing light, warmth, and life to other bodies in the universe. The human soul is created with the same capacity for sharing its enlightenment and providing comfort, that warmth that you feel. and energy. Sometimes you're feeling kind of doldrum. Listen, man, that next morning when the sun comes out, just step outside the door and stay there for 10 minutes with your eyes wide open. Don't look at the sun, but just look in the direction of the rising sun. And I'm telling you, you're going to get an energy boost that will last you for the rest of the day. In some cases, your retinas will receive energy from the sun. But if they tell you or scare you into not even coming outside, no, stay inside. You don't need that vitamin D, although they say vitamin D fights corona. You stay inside. What a scheme. This potential will only exist when the soul accepts to be disciplined. You see how disciplined that son is? Imam Muhammad spoke on it early in his career, 1975. He spoke about the fitra of the sun, not in that language, but he spoke about its discipline in how it comes up and can be trusted to come up every day. He said, even when the clouds are covering, he said, the sun is still trying to pierce through those clouds. It doesn't mean the sun didn't come up because it's a gray day and a rainy day. The sun is still, if you can push past those, if you're in the airplane on a rainy day and you go past and further up past the clouds, sun is shining everywhere, right? So the sun is on its job because it is sticking to a particular clocked in discipline created for it by its source creator. The word discipline contains the word disc, and disc is a reference to the disc-shaped energies operating within you, within us, as our chakras spinning wheels. Those are discs. They exist in and on 7 basic levels within you. They are part and parcel of what we are referring to tonight as your nafs. The word chakra is from ancient India and the Sanskrit language. Every idea that is worth its weight in the history of knowledge in this world, if it's worth its weight in terms of value, Allah has captured that knowledge and put it into the language of Al-Qur'an. But he did it in a way that does not rob you of your essential value as a thinking person, and it does not encourage you in any way to participate in shirk or the worshiping, if you will, of gods other than Allah. There are no gods other than Allah, but they put that in our minds and our mental construct to believe that there are other gods. See, Allah just said that La ilaha illallah, that there's no other thing for us to worship except for God, but doesn't mean other things are not here for us to worship. See, this is how crazy people think. No, there's nothing here for you to worship. There's only Allah. There's only Allah. Allah is in everything. He's everywhere. He's affecting. He created everything. So his print is on everything in creation. So where are these other gods? And we get scared because they tell us that there's other gods and there's the jinn waiting to get you if you miss a prayer, you know, if you whatever, you know. And they make us think that these things are just out to get us. This devil, Satan, Shaitan. You make a misstep, oh, Satan is trying to get me, and you become overwhelmed with the idea that evil has a jump on you, and Allah tells you that stuff has no effect on you if you understand who you are. You know, Satan and the jinn and all that waiting for you in your bathroom, all of these foolish kinds of ideas that we've been sold by these so-called Muslim scholars through these hadiths. Even the Bible says, rebuke Satan and he will flee from you. So we're talking about the human potential. This potential will only exist when the soul accepts to be disciplined. So you need to find out more about those revolving discs of energy that are within you that the ancient Indians and the ancient Ethiopians who invented that language called the chakra system. They have been created as energy deposits within you. They graduate upon 7 sequential levels from the base of your spine, where they say your root chakra is, all of the way up to the top of your head, where they say the crown chakra is. And I'll show you the picture of that in just a moment. So these are the centers, and don't get caught up in the Sanskrit and the ancient Indian thing and the yoga and all of that stuff and the gods with many hands and the elephant nose. Don't get caught up in that. That's just distraction. You have energy centers within you that have been identified as having authority in certain areas of your human development. The root chakra is concerned with your material life and the safety connected to being able to hold on to material things. Do you remember that Mr. W.D. Farad taught Mr. Elijah Muhammad that we need food, clothing, and shelter? That's material, because he was building the life of what came to be referred to by Elijah Muhammad as a baby nation. So every baby born into this world does not care to sit and listen to you chant Al-Qur'an. Every baby is concerned with the material necessities, responsible for placating its physical material appetites. And unless it begins its journey upon that notion or that precipice or that beginning, that baby is going to die. Start reading the Quran to the baby and not feed the baby. See what happens to the baby right there next to you as you recite Al-Fatiha and Nas in his ear. See what happens. Keep calling the adhan in his ear, but don't feed him. See what happens. The life, the material life, has to be placated. That material life is spoken of in this system as being a part of the root chakra. Once those physical appetites are satisfied, the baby then comes into a sense of safety. That's what Mr. Farad was developing. Remember, Imam Muhammad said he was from this land called the ancient India, what is now Pakistan, the Punjab area of India, southern India. He was from this land. This was his language. So he used a lot of these concepts in his construction of the Nation of Islam. That's why everything was red, including your bow tie, brother, including your temple rugs and the chairs that you put in the temple and the flag, the star and the crescent, the sun, moon, and star flag, mostly red. That was on purpose because he was reestablishing the true human, beginning with the bottom level of your chakric energies. That's why they had you so concerned about get the money, get the money, get the money. Amazing. So that's the first chakra, the root chakra. When you graduate in the soul, that's the first concern for your human soul, for your nafs. It's the first concern is to survive. You begin to graduate up to the second one. It's called the sacral chakra, not because it's sacred per se, but because it is located in the area of the spine where the sacral bone of the spine is located. That's the lower part of the spine where there are 5 fused bones. And they tail off as an actual tail. Look at the picture of the spine. They tail off like a spine. Pardon me, like an arrow. When we're born, these 5 bones are not fused together. But after a couple of, I don't know if it's months, I think it is, after a couple of months, they become fused. And that governs reproduction, or as they say here, sexuality and pleasure. So what psychology calls the pleasure principle is operating mostly out of this level of your chakric energy development. Above that, you have the solar plexus chakra, and that deals with personal power and the ability to channel. Now listen carefully. Personal power is another way of saying ego power. Your personal ego, though, not the group ego, your personal ego. In other words, this chakra has its attention on what placates its own personal ego. In other words, how do people see me? Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? And the mirror is supposed to say, you is. Boss. Ain't nobody better than you, boss. People operating on the solar plexus level. Solar means sun. So this is your miniature sun shining in you. And believe it or not, it's for the best that Allah put it in you. All of these levels are for the best. They have been created fi ahsani taqweem, in the most excellent organizational design. All of it is good. Allah says that He is khayr, and He only accepts that which is khayr, meaning beneficial, good, beneficial. So He didn't create any of this to be, harmful, shar, evil, and all of that. He created all of this to be khayr, beneficial. But I'm going to show you what makes it shar, or evil, or harmful. So I want you to understand that there are 7 of these levels operating within you as energetic frequencies that can be modulated. They can be manipulated. Huh? There are feminine energies in you. This is a part and parcel of your nafs. Your nafs is feminine. Min nafsin wahida. Allah says He created humans. Min nafsin wahida, from one essential feminine oriented soul or personality even. Wherever you see circles, it represents feminine principle. If you see lines, horizontal, that represents the masculine principle. But all circular things, even pyramidal shapes, represent the feminine principle. So keep that in mind. It's important for you to understand. And if they're feminine, it means that they can be influenced by an outside agent, just like the male sperm influences the female's ovum. The female's ovum is round. See, feminine things have a round shape or an oval shape, like the vagina has an oval shape. But it can be influenced by the straight line arrow male sex organ. So you got the round and you got the male, and they fit like a glove. And that's the feminine masculine connection in nature. And it's all throughout nature, not just in the human world, all throughout nature. So I'm saying these things to you so you'll know better how your soul is being affected, and sometimes, as it is in today's time, infected. But this is good, because if you don't have a personal ego, you're not going to have a personal stake in your own development. If you look up in the morning and in the mirror before you go to school, youngster, and what you see in the mirror is horrendous, like, damn, I ain't nothing. I ain't got nothing. My friends done turned on me. I'm ugly because I'm black. Look at my nappy hair. Stuff we used to go through or still go through in some cases. I ain't got no real, clean, no clothes, no new clothes like Bobby and them and Johnny and them. I don't even want to go to school. This is torturous. Can't I just stay home? Maybe I'll run away. Those kinds of ideas. And our people are suffering from this. The highest rate of suicide is among 14-year-old teenage girls right now under COVID. And in many cases, because of COVID, some of the psychologists are saying, I don't know all of their reports on that, but it's worth looking into. Child abuse, child rape, sometimes by the parents of the children. They say this child abuse and this child molestation has risen during the COVID shutdown to numbers that they never thought would ever be. They say, well, we're getting a report that the numbers have lessened in terms of child abuse and child. No, the only reasons the numbers have lessened is because child abuse and child molestation was normally reported once the child got to school. And the teacher said, what's that bruise on your leg? Well, why are you so sad? Why are you crying for nothing? You just keep crying. And then finally the child will say, my father raped me. You follow what I'm saying? So the teacher now is obligated, I have to report this. So that's why the numbers were so high before COVID. But now they have released these idiot tyrants of a parent and allowed them to have a situation where they have that child all day long, child home. Who's going to report it? I hope you'll understand. We're going to be waging a full-fledged war on child abuse and child molestation. I already started the effort last year. Some of you remember it. We're going to revisit it. I already have a website set up solely to deal with that issue. And I'm not going to say all of the things that we plan on doing. Some of them you might not agree with, but you'll applaud it if you know it's been done. Muslims out here trying to fight the kuffar, the Christians and the Jews, and it's so stupid people. They are our enemies, the Christian, the kuffar. And a lot of these Muslim men overseas especially are responsible for the greatest levels of child abuse and child molestation that this world has ever seen. Muslims taking Muslim women and children across state lines to sell them. It's on YouTube. They found them. They found a truck. It's a whole truck. And they had pushed all of the women and the children up into the truck. And it looked like they were delivering vegetables to some. And the police stopped them. And they were pulling, these people were packed so deeply in this truck that they couldn't breathe. They were, I'm going to find that video because you need to see stuff like that. They were pulling these Muslim women in the so-called hijab and all of that out of these small, I don't even know how they fit in there. They had to pull them out because it was a small door in the side of the truck. It wasn't meant for humans, it was meant for produce. And as they pulled out most of the children, I'm talking about 2 years old, 1 year old, most of those children came out either dizzy or unconscious. They had to revive them once they put them on the ground. They take them out of the truck and they laid them on the ground and they just laid there inert. This is what many of the people who are calling themselves Muslims in this world are doing as we speak. And if you don't think it's your obligation to at least speak out against it, if you can't do anything physically against it, you're just one of those who just wants to hate it in your heart. You say, but that's the hadith. That's the problem with hadiths. It gives you a way out. That's not what the Quran says about fighting evil and being a people standing firmly for justice, even if it be against this one, that one, and the third one. I don't see anything about hating it in your heart in the Quran. Do you? If you do, bring it to me. Speak out against it for sure. But if you can change it with your hand, you don't understand what day you're living in and what tremendous amounts of opportunity Allah has opened up for you. I'm talking about the Muslim American now, the Muslim, particularly so-called African American Muslim. You don't understand why Allah has shut down the world. He shut down the world to prepare the stage for what Imam Muhammad has established as a language environment. To rework and remake social oriented language and make that language popular. And you have all the time in the world to do it. You ain't doing nothing but sitting home, most of us. You should be writing pamphlets, if not writing books. You got a doctorate in education, you got this, that, and PhD and all of this stuff, and academic and economics and all of that, and you haven't produced a pamphlet worth of information yet. If you have, then we need to know about it. We need to support it. We need to purchase that. But instead, we'd rather just sit around the table and criticize Instructor Bilal and whoever, Imam that one, and this Imam ain't doing what Imam Muhammad said. And well, if you are, where are your works? Where are your works? Instructor Bilal can show you some works. How many of them who say they love Imam Muhammad produced a full-fledged stage presentation called The Brother Imam, The Life, Leadership, and Legacy of Wallace D. Muhammad, and took it around the country on his own dime? How many of those guys who say they are the chosen ones of Imam Muhammad, how many of them have done anything close to that? Most of them have not even produced a book. Nunetics, we produced 15 now, going on 16 books in less than 3 years. So understand what you're living in terms of the opportunity. Allah is clearing the way for Nunetics. He's just clearing the past. He's just clearing out the way. He's taking the brush and trimming the trees and the branches that are in the way, and the uneven pavement, road or whatever. He's picking up the pebbles and he's just clearing the way. There's going to be a nice clear path upon which Nunetics is going to trod. Trust me when I tell you that. Starting to happen already. Now, going back to the chakras. We're at the third, the solar plexus chakra. When the Bible speaks about Sodom and Gomorrah, the Bible is speaking about the two lowest energy centers located in the human soul. Sodom obviously is in the area of the body where sodomy is committed, and that's in the sacral chakra plexus, right here. If she were to turn around, you know what that area of her body would be. It would be where sodomy is committed, and that's where sexuality and pleasure govern. And Gomorrah is the root chakra. The root chakra is all about the material. And the material is referred to in different ways in both the Bible and the Qur'an, but mostly is referred to as petra, or that which is petrified or made into gross matter. The concerns of the infant is primarily with material things in terms of food, being in a safe environment, warm, caring environment. That safe physical environment is also contributing to the stability in that child's emotionality. So it's helping to graduate the child up to the next level, which is going to require a more sophisticated attachment to emotionality, sexuality, pleasure. If that sexuality leads to children, then that person has to become mature enough to take care of a family. So these are graduating energies. They're spiraling like your DNA, spiraling energies. So that's Gomorrah. When Muslims go to Hajj, they have a ritual practice called stoning the Jamarat. Stoning material, see? The Jamarat. What is Jamarat? It's the consonantally connected word to Gomorrah. The G sound in Gomorrah is the J sound, the guttural sound in Jamarat. Gomorrah, that Mora, that's the M sound in Jamarat. Gomorrah, that R sound is the R sound in Jamarat. So Gomorrah has been explained through the term jamarat. What you are stoning, so to speak, are your material appetites. You're not allowing them to become the leader in your life. You are graduating. So this is Sodom, and beneath it is Gomorrah. This is very important for us to understand, especially if we're readers of Qur'an. Then you have, as I said, as the third tier, the solar plexus. Then above that, on the fourth level, you have the heart chakra, which is green, theoretically speaking. And this green is also speaking to the greenness of Jannah, as you read about it in the Quran. And it represents love, relationships, and self-acceptance on the minor level. On the major level, it represents love and relationships and the acceptance of the human family on the upper level of the heart chakra. There are lower heart desires, and then there are upper heart desires. And you have to graduate from just the love of yourself and your family and maybe a few neighbors. You have to graduate to begin to show compassion, empathy, and love for people who are perfect strangers. See, can you do that? That's when you begin to move up the ladder towards what Imam Muhammad called cosmic existence or cosmic man, which he said is even above the earth's concerns. It's not even geographical. He said it's not even planetary. It has nothing to do with your concerns for even being an earthly. Pardon me. It has to do with your concerns for identifying in the broader relationship of what the cosmos is presenting to you. Planetary bodies, cosmic energies, what these bodies represent in you as instructing signs. And racism becomes totally obliterated when you're thinking on that level. So let's continue. The next level, which is the fifth level, pardon me. The next level is the throat level, the fifth level. And it is dealing with self-expression or our ability to communicate. Our ability to communicate. And you know, we have a whole social media platform that is wrapped around communication. We call it the communication industry. So it's not just a property of an individual person. These chakras are also manifesting themselves in the sociological arena. Every single one of them are in the sociological arena also. So it's our ability to communicate. Remember Musa? He said that he had a problem with his tongue. This is in the Quran and in the Bible. They paint him out as being a stutterer. He couldn't communicate. For a long time, he couldn't communicate until he came face to face with Pharaoh, with the Pharaoh. And Moses became very articulate, even with his brother Harun beside him. Harun in the Quran doesn't speak. In the Bible, Harun hands Musa his staff. He doesn't even do that in the Quran. Musa had his staff. He was already prepared. And Imam Muhammad said, not too long after he transitioned, that Musa and Harun, or Moses and Aaron, are actually one entity. How many of you imams are registering that? Musa and Harun are not two separate individuals, according to Imam Muhammad. It's not my words, these are his words. Did you at least say to yourself, what does he mean by that? You ever call a group of imams around who say they support Imam Muhammad's language and logic and accent? So Imam Muhammad said that Moses and Aaron are not two different people. He said they're the same people wrapped up in one personality. What do you get out of that? We don't have study groups like that. We can do that on Zoom, imams. But you got too many imams that don't want another imam to look smarter than them. So they won't even get together in a forum which allows for that kind of questioning. Y'all better wake up. It's going to happen with or without you. Allah says, come ye together willingly or unwillingly. You're coming. It's so beautiful. So this is the level, because you know there are levels also, 7 levels. In Islamic eschatology or Islamic lore that says that there were 7 levels of prophets from Adam to Ibrahim. And I'm telling you that that is indicative also of what this is speaking to, although it doesn't follow the same exact graduation. But I can show you where the connections are between the Isra, as they like to call it. The Qur'an does not refer to the details of the Isra in the way that Muslim scholarship has presented it. And in fact, they have presented the Isra. I'm talking about major scholarship in Islam. They presented that Isra event where Muhammad fell asleep and went into a trance and found himself upon the back of a white winged horse, like a Pegasus type of horse called the Buraq. Interesting. And began to ascend the 7 levels of heavens where he met particular prophets on each level leading up to the 7th. And then Muhammad, being the 8th emanation, led them all in salat. I want y'all to hear me carefully. I'm taking my time on purpose. If you got to fall off, if you're tired, sleepy, whatever, then sign off. But I'm going to keep going because this information, you might not even get this again, not even from me. I don't know. But you need to listen to it and take note. It's through this hadith that speaks about the Isra. Reminding you once again, the Qur'an never gives you anything related to what the hadith gives you concerning the so-called night journey. That's how they translate it. There are no words in the Quran that mean night journey, by the way. This is how they interpret it for you. Night journey. And Muhammad, like in most mythologies, is put on the back of a winged white horse. That's not new. That exists in many different cultures. You see it opening up some movie theaters or whatever. The movie comes on and here's the white Pegasus horse flying, right? Yeah, it's not new. They didn't get that from the hadiths. That's in Greek literature. That's in many different cultures. So they say that it was during this particular episode in the prophet's life, of which his wife is reported to have said in one of these hadiths that he never left his bed. She said, I was there. He never left his bed. But nevertheless, they give us this existential kind of narrative that paints him as actual, factual, literally traveling to these different levels so Allah could show him what he needed to show him. And it was in this journey, it said, that Muhammad, when he met up with Musa, Musa petitioned Muhammad to go ask his Lord, to go ask Allah, you know, could he reduce the number of prayers? Because I think it was something like 500 a day. Oh no, I think it started out as 50 a day or something like that. And Musa said, that's too many, man. My people ain't gonna be able to hang with that, man. My people got work to do. We got salat 50 times. They have nothing else to do, Musa. Pardon me, Muhammad. Musa speaking to Muhammad. Said, Muhammad, go ask your Lord. Go ask Allah. What kind of foolishness is this? Can you ask Allah to just kind of lower it a little bit? And then Muhammad would come back and say, well, I asked Allah and he said, okay, He lowered it to whatever number, 30 or 10 or whatever. And Musa said, man, come on now. I just, my people, come on. No, they're not going to be able to do this. Musa, Muhammad, pardon me. Would you go back and ask him again to lower it? And then Muhammad it is said, came back down and said, 5. And then Musa asked him again, would you tell him that my people? And Muhammad said, oh, no. He said, I would be embarrassed to go back to Allah and ask him to lower it. He already lowered it from whatever that was, 500, to 50. Now it's 5. Live with it, in other words. Now, if you believe this is how the 5 daily salawat or prayers, as they translated, was established, not by the Qur'an. There are no 5 daily prayers spoken about in the Qur'an. Sorry. If you believe that this is how prayers were established through a hadith, of which the scholars have at least 2 different versions of in terms of even who the prophets were in this ascension. Some don't include Idris, others include Enoch, or say Idris was Enoch. They're not even concluded on. You mean to tell me a story as valuable as this? These Sahaba forgot how to, exactly what the details were. It's amazing to me how many things the Sahaba seem to not remember that were seemingly important. Like, how many wives did Muhammad actually have? You figure they should have known that one. That's not even a Jeopardy question. That's a question you could have asked a child who was in that environment at the time. How many wives did Muhammad have? Child would say 9 or 12. These are the numbers they give for the numbers of wives. How come these people don't know by name and circumstance? They were right there with the prophet, and they some said 9, some said 12. You don't understand the scheme. Nine and 12 are astrological signatures. It's not talking about actual history. The 7 levels of Isra graduation are not speaking to actual factual history experienced by the one known as Muhammad the Prophet in history. It's also speaking to numerological, astrological, astrotheological knowledge that was in competition with the same kinds of information that Jews practicing secret Judaism, Kabbalah, and all of that, and Christians who were into the secret sciences also, not to mention other Eastern religions that had this same 7-level graduation. The ancient Hindus, they had the same thing. But because we're not taught to cross-reference knowledge that we're learning in the deen, quote unquote, we never come across these differentiations or these similarities in other faith groups. We hear it in Islam, quote unquote, and we just accept it willy-nilly. Oh, there were 7 heavens and the prophet, he traveled, and we teach these things in our khutbahs. And this is how we teach people that the prayers came about. Foolish. Do you know what you're saying about Allah to say that he was that dense? That he didn't know from the beginning to give you what you could handle? And do you know what it says about Allah? Creating the image that Allah is this weak, dunce type of power. That he could just be appealed to by a human to change his mind on something. How come he wasn't right the first time? Didn't Allah know the first time? They can't handle no 500 prayers or no 50 prayers. What's wrong? And I'm Allah. Once I say something, that's it. You don't need to coming back and forth to ask me nothing. Allah tells you in the Quran, his word is final. You don't have no boardroom meetings with nobody, no prophets and stuff that they can appeal to him and say, yeah. See what they were doing? They were following. I need you to silence your phones, please. They were following the missteps of previous religions, where the Genesis of the Bible says Let us make man in our image. See, there was a boardroom in Genesis. Who is this us making man? Allah says, when I have created the Khalifa, he said, I am about to create a Khalifa, first person. Well, no we. Creating nothing. That's from the Bible. So in order to jive with the Bible and the biblical scholarship and rabbis and priests that Muslim imams and sheikhs and ulama had already made a pact with after Muhammad the Prophet passed, they said, just bring us what you believe in, and we're going to reorganize the language of our religion to make it fit what you've brought, because we're competing with you now. I can't help it if you don't understand that that's what happened, but that's exactly what happened. For at least, I've gone up from 85% to 95% of what you believe is Islam is actually refurbished, reconstituted religion based on the speculations that were put into the language of religion by previous priests and rabbis and religious scholarship. And that's the plain truth. Let's keep moving. So above that, you have the sixth chakra, which is the third eye chakra, and it deals with intuition. You hear me talking all of the time about supra intuition. This is what activates it. When your third eye chakra, push past the Hindi stuff and the Sanskrit stuff, and just understand that you have a pineal gland sitting in the middle of your physical brain that serves as an antennae, or antenna, actually. Your pineal gland is the only part of the brain that is not sectioned into halves. Every other part of the brain is right hemisphere, left hemisphere, except for the pineal. It is singular, it is wahid in your brain. And again, it serves as an antenna that allows you to communicate not with your auntie across town, but allows you to communicate cosmically with cosmic frequencies that operate in the universe, which means that people have used this particular power to even tap into other fields of knowledge and other fields of influence and other fields of endeavors. Now you might say, well, that has nothing to do with the deen. Yes, it does. It's what every single prophet is made of. Where do you think revelation comes from? You think God sent down a book on a rope? And Moses said, oh, thank you for the Torah, God. Muhammad, thank you for the Qur'an, God. Can I let go of the rope? No, do not let go of the rope of Allah. You know, well, come on. That's not what this is talking about. Messengers or prophets are communicated with by way of this central so-called third eye phenomenon sitting right in the core of the brain. You don't understand when the Qur'an speaks about the caves, the 8 sleepers, is talking about activities taking place in your brain. The dog that stretched out its paws, all of that is language speaking to the mechanisms and functionality created within the human brain. We're not going to go through the details of that. That's just there to whet your appetite so you'll want to join this course. You're not going to want to let go of this rope now. But it's speaking to what's happening in you as a human brain and a human being. So that's your third eye chakra, the ability to focus on and see the big picture. See, it becomes cosmic. It doesn't become regional after that. Again, Imam Muhammad spoke about this level of human development as cosmic development. You become cosmic man, male and female. You become cosmic man. And he said, your concerns now have grown way out and above the mundane concerns of so-called race and so-called region and geography and what color you are and what gender you are, and your concerns have grown and tapped into something far more significant than those localized and mostly invented ideas that keep us artificially separated from each other. Yeah. Then you have the crowning achievement, literally called the crown chakra. And it's the connection to the divine. This third eye chakra prepares you for that communication. If you are disciplining yourself through the performance of certain exercises, such as salah, zakah, yeah, especially those two, salah. Yeah, you go down to make your prostration. What is all that blood feeding? It's feeding this pineal right there. That's what you put on the surface. The blood is there to energize it. Your so-called wudu, the washing of your hands up to the elbows and the wiping over the face and the feet up to the ankles, and that's all wudu is. It's not all of the other steps that they gave us, because that's hadith. Allah already gives you the proper ghusl in the Qur'an, and he doesn't even call it wudu. He got wudu from the hadiths. Why do they keep giving you these words from the hadiths that are not in the Qur'an? Was Muhammad saying, I know better than Allah what this should be called? He already gave you a word for the washing up before salat. So who came up with wudu? Wudu, that word, a derivation of that root, is in the Quran, but it means light. It doesn't mean water. When Allah says that their faces shall be blackened and others' faces shall be made enlightened or whitened, that whitened, and that's a tricky and controversial ayat, because of you sensitive souls out there. You racially sensitive souls. I ain't on that level anymore. But the word for being light in the face is from that same verb for wudu. For wudu. And if you become real sophisticated in the study of Nunetics, you'll eventually learn the connection between wudu and what other people in other parts of the world call the voodoo. They taught you voodoo was magic, like African chants and magic and all of the manipulation and the spooks and stuff flying in. Voodoo, no. Everything they found in Africa that represented success for those people in terms of knowledge, they paint the picture that it's something evil and bad so that you'll never, ever want to look into it. And that's a fact. But they practice voodoo on you all of the time, especially in these last 2 years. It's been nothing but magic. It's been nothing but abracadabra. But we won't even take the time to pick up a good dictionary to find out what abracadabra even means. It's a Hebrew phrase born out of the minds of those same people Imam Muhammad spoke to as being a small cadre of Jewish thinkers who purposely manipulate language to their benefit. Abra means I speak. Kadabra means and I create. Let's run that back. Abra means I speak. You heard of habla in Spanish? I speak. Remember, L and R are interchangeable. So habla is also abra. I speak. Kadabra, and I create what I speak. The ka sound in kadabra is a prefix, just like we have the ka in Arabic to represent a prefix that says this is similar to that. Kashajaratu, kashajara, the likeness of a tree is as the likeness of a good word, or a good word is like a good tree. Ka, shajara. Ka means like, because kaf, that letter, it means the hand. And the hand is the original fitra tool that was used to measure things against other things. You didn't have a scale, so your hands are the original fitra scale. You'd put this in this hand, and it would feel like it was the same weight as this in this hand. So this is like that. So kaf, the letter K, came to mean that which is like something else or similar to something else. Make sense, Ahmed Hassan? All right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all right. So kadabara, now you're left with dabara. Dabara. We know kaf is like kadabra, kadabra. And you have the word, the consonants dabara in Arabic. And Allah says that we should be reading the Qur'an. Allah says, why have you not yet tadabbaru the Qur'an? And they translate it as giving deep-rooted pondering to the Quran. Why don't you read the Quran with deep-seated, deep-rooted investigation of what's being said? Why are you just reading it like it's ritualistic? It's like the Christians read the Bible, on Sunday, and Jesus said, and let's go home now, let's go party. Why are we treating the Quran like that? How often are we investigating the Quran? How often are we doing our best to get with other people who know better than us or who know less than us and share the information like what we're doing to tell them, no, Amin is not a part of Al-Fatiha, so we should stop saying it. I'm bold enough to tell you that. That Amin was introduced through, guess what? Hadith. So as soon as you say, Waladdallin, Amin, you don't know it, but you've committed shirk. You're saying that to some human or some angel. They say an angel applauded or agreed that it should be Amin at the end of that. And he brought it to the prophet, and the prophet said, that sounds right. You see how they demean our prophet and his commitment to the revelation? You mean to tell me a person in the ranks could introduce something that would last for 1,000 years already? For something that all Muslims have just willy-nilly accepted and said, well, they said the prophet said it or an angel revealed it or something. And the prophet said, yeah, that sounds right. How did that sound right? And you didn't get it from Allah. How did the adhan sound right? I'm going to step on some big toes now. How did the adhan sound right? Because they said they brought it to the prophet, and the prophet, no, it sounds good. Go get Bilal. Let's put this thing together. And the adhan begins with a line that is nowhere to be found in the Quran. That's Allahu Akbar. That's not in the Quran. Yes, it is. Instructor, I got you now. Allah says, well, Zakarullahi Akbar. Yeah, that is what he says. But you don't know what Zakarillahu Akbar means. It didn't say Zakarullahu Akbar, like what you're saying. It said Allahi Akbar. Now, if you don't know the difference between the hu dhamma vowel and what it does to a word, and the kesra I, see, that vowel, if you don't know the difference between those two and how they influence the meanings of words, then you and I are not the ones that have that conversation. You need to take that back to your sheikh or whoever you got shook up by when they told you that. And then say, we have a webinar here that's open for the next 4 weeks, today and the next 3 Sundays, open to everybody. So if you go next Jummah and you tell your Imam, Instructor Bilal said that Allahu Akbar is not in the Quran. And since you don't know how to defend it, even though you want to, meaning you don't know how to defend your attachment to that phrase because you think it's a part of your deen, then communicate it to your sheikh or your imam or your mufti or whoever, mufti, menk, I don't care who you go to, and tell them this little guy from Harlem said that Allahu Akbar is nowhere in the Quran, and grammatically it makes no sense whatsoever. And grammatically it actually is implying another level of shirk. Because you're saying Allahu Akbar, Akbar just means greater than. So who are you comparing Allah to when you say Allah is greater than? You might say, well, he's greater than everything and everybody, but that's still shirk because you're giving him a comparison where Allah says that he is incomparable. Allah says, Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad. He does not have babies, nor was he born, and there is nothing to be compared to him. So any statement in the Quran that is comparing him to something like Allah is like the sunrise, it sounds beautiful, but you can't do that. Ibrahim is using that phrase in regards to the sun. He said, Hadha al-Akbar. This is the greater. But he never said Allahu Akbar, because that's not a comparative statement. The Akbar part in wa dhakarullahi Akbar means that the dhikr of Allah is greater for you. The remembrance of Allah, meaning that the dhikr is the possession of Allah. That's what that kesra means, it's possessive. Most people will continue to say, well, dhakarullahu akbar. They do that out of habit. It doesn't say, if it had said hu akbar, it would mean that Allah is this thing. But it doesn't say that. Just like we say from the Quran, sunnatullah, the sunnatullah, that dhamma, it means that that's it's expressing how Allah operates in his sunnah. Fitratullah, it belongs to him, but it's operating in by his divine command and by his divine will. But Allah is not the fitrah, and Allah is not his sunnah. Those are properties that Allah uses in order to exercise his control, his authority over things. But you have to come with a complete idea. You can't come with a comparative statement and say, that's Allah. Allah is that, not a comparative statement. You can say Allahul Kabir, Allahu al-Kabir. That's one of his attributes in the Quran. And that means there's no comparative thing to even put on the scale of greatness to say this is compared to that. There's no scale. Al-Kabir is the ultimate greatness that's to be compared to nothing else that you consider to be great. So I'm staying on this because I need for you to get it. Some won't, as the Quran says, they'll be like this, deaf, dumb, blind, we know what the deal is. And some just won't. They're just so used to the habit of seeing these words in the way they've been taught for these many 20, 30 years. They've been teaching this from the rostrum, some of them, writing books on it and all that kind of stuff, thinking that the angels were able to question Allah when Allah tells you clearly in the Quran that angels cannot, they don't have the nature to question anything. They are strictly following the commands, the amr of Allah. So who are these angels now that questioned Allah when he said he was going to make a Khalifa fil ard? They said, whoa. Are you going to make one who's going to make mischief and shed the blood? Who are these angels that had all of this lip? And then Allah had to come up against, here we go. Nevertheless, when I have breathed into, no, you don't understand what that whole thing is talking about. It has nothing to do with actual malaik or angels. It has to do with people who were pretending to be angels, people who were so caught up in their role as leaders over the people, priests, rabbis, imams, that class, the priest class, that's what that's referring to. The ones who have set themselves in the positions of the go-between, between you and Allah. You want to speak to Allah, you want results? Bring it to me. The priest will say, put some money in the bucket on Sunday. I'll say some Hail Marys. You come into the little place, you talk to me behind a screen, and I'm going to work it all out. Don't worry. Go back to your gambling, go back to your fist fights, go back to your robbing and stealing and murdering and committing all kinds of stuff. And just be back next week and say, God, forgive me. No, say, priest so-and-so, could you ask God to forgive me for the things that I did last week? And by the way, I might not be available next Sunday. So while you're there, ask him, can he forgive me for what I'm getting ready to do this week? See, that's why they call it a week, because it's W-E-A-K. They built that into the human spectrum, that you're supposed to be weak. And they gave you days. Imam Muhammad taught on this, but their days is D-A-Z-E. They want to daze you until you become one who is weak. And you put a few of those weeks together and you have a month. Imam Muhammad said that's munch. These are the people who like to chew on you and spit you out because you're so weak and ineffective. I'm trying to show you what's going on today, in today's time. And then after a year, you have what's called a yearling. And a yearling is a newborn animal. That's what they're going for. They want all of you to be newborn animals in their scheme. And they have sophisticatedly now pointed their arrows in the direction of your actual yearlings, meaning your babies. They want to give your babies the jab. Now, I'm telling you in nice language, if you haven't done it, don't do it. I don't care if you got it. You're an adult. If you haven't allowed your child, your 5 to 11-year-old or whatever it is, to get the jab, I'm asking you kindly and compassionately that you not to do it. For those of you who can't hear the kindness that I'm appealing to you with, then I ask you in rougher language, you're going to be a goddamn idiot if you allow your child to get that jab. Now, you think because of your training, we are trained that if something doesn't happen to us immediately, it means it's okay. So you said, well, I know my uncle got it 3 months ago, ain't nothing happened to him. What if they placed something in it that wasn't designed to become activated for 2 years? You don't understand how Shaitan operates. He operates in increments. He don't show his whole card in the beginnings of what he does. He does things in inches. Remember? Slowly I turn, step by step. You remember that? Well, that's how he operates. His very name means the one who is in the business of separating the clay. Shayan means to compartmentalize, to put everything into cozy compartments so it can be managed better. In the same way that Fir'aun in the Qur'an, Allah says that he broke the people up into shayan sections. From the same root, shay. Allah is Rabb over the kulli shay, every single individual compartmentalized thing. Shay represent, just like, see, you can compare the Arabic word shay to the English word shy. If you're shy, you're in a corner by yourself. You're separated from everybody because you're shy. So shay means separating, and dawn is from the same root letters as thin, which means malleable, shapeable clay. So Satan is the one whose pieces apart. He separates your clay. Now, once you understand what that clay nature means, it means the nature in you to comply. the nature in you to be what the potter wants you to be, Harry. That's what the majority of humans have become in today's time, but so many of them are waking up truly to the scheme. So we have on the top the crown chakra, and it says that it represents our ability to be fully connected spiritually. That connection begins at the third eye level, the sixth level, but it completes its journey and its potential when it becomes a seventh top of the head level. You know what the top of that level is? That light that shines right above the top of you is called your corona. Does that sound familiar? So they told you that the corona was a virus. You know what they're saying in secret language? That your ability to ascend spiritually and graduate the soul to the point where it can communicate directly with its source creator, that's a virus. We got to kill that. We got to get rid of that power in you. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking. We know this language. That's what they're out to kill. That's why they call it a virus. The word virus is consonantally connected to Fir'aun. The FR is connected to the VR in the US, and virus is a Greek suffix. So it's really viral, virulent. They see that power in you as being a virus in them to kill off their power. So they said we had better hurry up and get in there and weaken their immune system. And immune is consonantally connected to the Qur'an word, Iman. So when they say that they're weakening your immune, and notice out of all of these 2 years or so, they never, as Karima mentioned, said anything about how we are to not to activate it, but to strengthen our immune system. Not one news program even mentioned the strengthening. They only mentioned we got to get a virus. We have to develop a virus. We have to develop a vaccine. You don't know what a vaccine means. So you don't know where these words come from. So you can't read the scheme. Imam Muhammad gave us enough hints and clues, as he called them, to be able to put the rest of this puzzle together for ourselves. Sometimes you can't start a puzzle because there's just a bunch of shapes and colors. But if you come along with somebody who knows how to put a puzzle together and they've already done half the work, hey, the rest of this puzzle, I can handle this. Right? So that's what Imam Muhammad did with the language. He gave us enough hints and clues, where to go, how to look at it, how to evaluate it, when to know it's weak as a logic, when to know it's strong as a logic, how to double and triple check your science, your language sciences. Well, that's what we've been doing. That's what Nunetics is. So when we say immune is consonantally connected to Iman, and Iman means faith and trust, then it's the faith and trust system that's taught to you by your source creator that staves off all things that are designed to eliminate you, to be a dis-ease in you. You know what the word dis-ease means? It means dis-ease, dis-Isa in you. Who's Isa? Jesus. So what is a disease? It's whatever is designed to eliminate, or we would say crucify, the Jesus in you. What is the Jesus in you? Your intelligence, your native inborn intelligence. That's what they want crucified in you. And didn't they put a crown of thorns on his head? Didn't they put a corona? Corona is just a Latin name for crown. They put a crown of thorns on the head of Jesus the Christ, and they crushed it down into his head so that it would affect his very nervous system. The top portion of the brain, that's the thinking brain. the cerebral cortex, it's called. That's where those thorns went into. They became subrooted in his neocortex brain, the thinking brain, the moral and rational brain, as Imam Muhammad explained that part of the brain. So their thorns, their nails, if you will, are pushed down past the surface layer of your ability to make moral and rational judgments for yourself. And that's what killed him. That's when his head dropped. And someone said, "It is done." I think they put that in the mouth of Jesus right before he died in the New Testament. Once they crushed those the corona thing is what killed him. And he said, "It is done. It is finished." And he dropped his head. The rest of his body was still propped up as a cross, but he dropped his head. This isn't the Qur'an, but this is still wisdom. So what does that mean? It means that what they wanted was your body minus your ability to think. And that's exactly what they're getting. You're still spending your money in the supermarket, especially if they tell you there's going to be a shortage. And you go in there with your triple masks and all of that, and your little 5-year-old with the mask, and you're trying to put the mask around your 2-year-old's mouth, and they're looking at you like you're crazy because they know better in their fitra. You have to understand the scheme, is the point. So this is how we are operating in today's time. And we have to break through the veneer of all of this foolishness that has been established through false language. Abracadabra. Dabra, they say, means to bring something into existence. I speak and I bring it into existence. It exists. Do you know that the proper use of tones and frequencies through language, even through instruments, can cause you to do things that you wouldn't normally do? I remember as a teenager, I didn't like going to clubs, but I went because my cousins and everybody my age was going. And it was a song that I remembered hearing on the radio pretty often, and I didn't like it. You know, I listened to it on a little transistor, and then they played on the little car with its weak signal at that time. You're talking about the 70s, you know. And I'm listening to this, man, I wish they would stop playing that song. We got to the club, and they were playing that same song, but through these gigantic speakers. And as we're coming off the elevator to go into the club doors, you can hear the. And I said to myself, that's that song. But by the time I got finished hearing it through these gigantic speakers, I was in love with that song. Whereas I ordinarily would not have cared for that song, did not care for that song. So I'm trying to show you the power of frequencies on the human psyche. Y'all copying this? So to say I speak, I send out frequencies, and therefore I create, says that if you want something to occur, all you have to do is speak the word and continuously repeat what you are speaking. That's what media does. So they kept saying, everybody's sick. They kept saying, these numbers of thousands and millions of people around the world are dropping dead. And they would show you little pictures from China where people are just standing there and all of a sudden, you know, they die, supposedly. In Italy, we saw it, and in Spain, we saw it. And interestingly enough, it started in the European countries. You didn't hear about people in Africa falling out. You see any footage from there of people just, umbongo, umfungo, mungo? You didn't see all that. No mockery of the African people. I'm mocking the people who mock African people. So we didn't see that. So what the fuss? Who's registering these numbers? Then they came back less than a year later to say, well, yeah, we did fudge it a little bit. Fauci himself said, well, we had to make it seem like all those people were dying just to get your attention. Or we had to make it seem like this, that, you know, because we don't want you to buy up all the masks. So we didn't tell you how serious this is. We needed for the doctors and the nurses to get. You mean to tell me in America you couldn't have had people just create more masks? Come to find out, the masks are being made in China. And in India, they got YouTube videos with little Indian children on the floor making masks, dropping them in the dirt, and then picking them up and putting them in the packages. And these are the packages that we get that they call sanitized masks. But because you don't look at anything outside of CNBC and ABC and CBS and see the BS and all of that, and you know, CNN and all that, you don't look at anything outside of that. You don't trust the opinions of other professional doctors and people who have said, wait a minute, I don't think we should rush to judgment when it comes to giving these people this so-called antidote or vaccine or whatever. You're calling it an experimental vaccine. In fact, initially they didn't call it a vaccine. The first word out of Biden's mouth, he called it the jab. He didn't say the vaccine. He said, we have to make sure that they get the jab. And as our senior instructor, Bilal Yassin El-Amin told us, he's a boxer. And he said, you have to understand what jab means. Jab is just the setup for the uppercut or the, you know, whatever comes after it. So what you're seeing now, based on that logic, and I trust his logic, because I believe Allah inspired that in him. If this is the jab, and you're not seeing any real, you know, deleterious effects, and there are people in families who are telling you folks got sick almost immediately from the jab, but you're not hearing about that. You won't hear about it because social media is being controlled by big pharma and other interests. But understand this, the jab was designed for you adults. The hook is being orchestrated and designed to affect your future generations. These children now that they're saying should get it, or they can't go to school, or they'll have to keep their masks on in school. And all of the people who got it, they turned around within 2 weeks or less and said, yeah, I know we told you that if you get this first shot, you'll be able to demask and, travel. But I'm sorry, you can't do that. There's a second shot. In other words, there's a double jab that we need to give you. And the people just said, yes, master. Okay, the government said it. It must be real. And we don't know that the government is in the pockets of big pharma who are making trillions of dollars as we speak. Wait until you see their paperwork in January from the IRS, if they ever show it to you. They're making billions and trillions as we speak, just churning up money. And they want to give $425,000 to each immigrant family that came from wherever that had some beef with us. And we'll rectify, we'll give them 420. You haven't even done anything about your homeless problem here in America. But you're going to give illegal refugees $500,000? A mother and a child gets $1 million? That's designed to make you mad. They want you angry because the second part of their plan is to foment civil unrest and even civil war. Wars always have made money for the rich and the untouchables. I'm talking about those untouchables that you don't know, the wizards behind the curtain. So they speak, they repeat these lines in media, in the newspapers, on the radio, on the television, on the computer. They repeat that line. And as much as they repeat the line, it becomes a reality. Do you know that's a real science? That you can speak things into existence? People who say, man, I'm so sick of you. You're killing me. Do you know you can say that enough until you become actually physically sick? You don't understand this high science that Allah has allowed to become a part of our human experience, because you don't understand how all of your human makeup works. So when you're not using what Allah gave you consciously, there's a default mechanism that kicks in that does whatever has been designed to do the least of that thing. So when you don't consciously control your thoughts and your desires and all of that, there's a default that kicks in called the ahwa, as we discussed earlier, that low level default emotion that says, it placates me, it satisfies my appetites, bring it on. And that will happen over and over again. And that's why some people have, like they say, if it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. That's a person who's operating on the default. You have been created fi ahsani taqweem, and you are able to speak and have things manifest. I do it all the time. That's how you got here. I spoke this into existence, and then you started speaking. I'm talking about the lunatics and learners. And you started asking Allah, would you make this happen for us? Would you bring more new people would you bring the intelligent people? And you just kept speaking and the people kept showing up. You ain't pick up a telephone yet, except for some of you to call a few friends or to even local imam or something. But most of these people, they saw a YouTube video. You don't know how to get. Allah decides how. He decides the mechanism by which the thing happens. But you're supposed to have enough fortitude and energy to ask Allah. That's what dua is all about. And you don't ask Allah like He can't do it. You ask Allah in a way that suggests that it's already done. And that's why they say for the people who have faith, there's no reason for grief, no reason for fear or grief. None. I don't care how many people die around you. There's still no reason for a true person of faith to be fearful and to be in a constant state of grieving. That might sound cold to some of you, but that's fitrah. If you don't believe it, go study the ants and see what happens when an ant dies. They give them respect. They pull them off the side, put them on the sideline, and they have just a contingency of people taking care of the burial. The whole ant community don't shut down because an ant died. So why we shut down when our aunt dies? You can't, you demoralized, can't even finish college now because your favorite auntie passed. Because you don't understand the cycle of life. All right, let's finish this. Allah says in the Surah called Shams, the sun, which is Surah 91, ayat 7, وَنَفْسٍ وَمَا سَوَّاهَا, by the soul and the proportion and order given to it. Sawaha is speaking to the balance, the equilibrium that Allah puts in the nafs. And I told you that if you don't have that equilibrium, that your soul and the requests of your soul is not going to be satisfied. And what it is that gives balance to the soul, as you saw in other surahs introduced in earlier lectures on the soul, it's the ruh that gives balance to the soul. The ruh gives balance to the soul. That spirit that connects you cosmically, connects you to cosmic awareness. Every baby is born with an activated ruh, and the activation in the ruh diminishes more and more with the increase in what we call the intellect of the person. The more we learn from the environment, from our parents who are teaching us halfway wrong, from the teachers who don't know what they're talking about on the most part, feeding us history lessons that didn't even happen in history, giving us terminology and words for different people. Yes, well, Black people and white people, who made that up? Did Allah reveal that? Can you find me Black people in the Quran by that term? Can you find me white people in the Quran by that term? You find regional people and tribal names for people, but you don't find no color names for people in the Quran. So why you still use it, Muslim? Forget the rest of the world. I want to know why you still use those color terms, Muslim. Imam Muhammad suggested that we give that up years ago. He said, I'd like to see us all just call ourselves human. He said, that will solve the problem. He said, but you're not ready for that yet. He said that in 1978. When he introduced the term Bilalian. He said we should call ourselves Bilalian. He said African American, that name is not good enough for you. The word Africa itself is from the Greek language and it means to divide. Faraka in Arabic means to divide, to proportion, to differentiate. And they gave that name to Africa because that was the intention of the Europeans who traveled there. They said, there's gold in these plains everywhere. Why don't you take West Africa? Why don't you take Sierra Leone? That's how they got these French and German names, because the Pope of that time in the 1500s decided that if we're going to be successful in this big continent that we don't even know what's out in the interior, that's why they called it the dark continent. But they said right here on the fringes is gold and diamonds and wealth and coal. But I tell you what, we can't be bumping into each other trying to, grab this wealth. So let's get together. The Catholic Church, I repeat, are the ones who instituted the land grab in Africa, so-called Africa. And they said there was a papal bull decree. Go look it up for yourself. A papal bull decree, which made it official, where they said what we need to do is just apportion these countries and these lands out to specific people who we know have the capability of going and doing what they need to do and coming back what they need with what they need to come back with. That was the plan. So they called it Africa to let everybody know who knows the language that this is the language of divide and conquer, and this is the language of go get your share, go get your piece, and don't let them Africans have none of it unless they side with you and be your homeboy, letting you know what's going on there, who the enemies are, who the treacherous ones are, who the gangsters and the warriors are. They had Africans perched, waiting to tell Massa when he would get back to the land, you'll be careful of Kunta. See, Kunta's a bad mama jamma, so be careful of Kunta. They had people in place to do that. Sorry for keeping you this late, but this is important information. All right? So that's how Africa got its name. So we should actually be looking for an alternative name for Africa itself. It had other names before that. El-Kebalon. It was called the Libya at one point, the entire continent. But Imam Muhammad said, that shouldn't be our job, meaning the African American here. He said, it shouldn't be our job to rename the continent of Africa. He said, that should be their job. Those Africans should get together and say, because they don't call themselves Africans, but for world history's sake and for future sake, they should be the ones to get together and say, let's get a contingency of us get together, wherever, not at the UN necessarily, but, in Africa somewhere, wherever. And let's decide on a better name for this continent and let's just promote it. We don't care if the world doesn't accept it. We accept it and make it something dignified. All right. So that's where we are. So the nafs needs to be balanced is what this is saying. Allah gave it its balance. فَأَلْهَمَهَا فُجُورَهَا وَتَقْوَاهَا. Now this is what we were talking about earlier in the word fajr and fujur. It doesn't mean, and it's enlightenment as to its evil as it's translated, and it's right. It doesn't even mean wrong in the sense of wrong. It can become wrong. It can become evil if you allow the darkness to overrule the incoming light, the fajr light. And if the nafs can be enlightened and can register moral thinking and moral choices, then Imam Muhammad was absolutely correct when he said that the nafs contains the intellect also. Because this is not talking no spooky spiritual stuff here. This is talking about the decision-making properties that are in the human intellect. And they come in this semi-enlightened aspect called fujur, which is mostly darkness. And Allah says, وَتَقْوَاهَا, that means it as an observing intellect, a cautious, careful, regardful intellect. That's when the light is on. قَدْ أَفْلَحَ مَنْ زَكَّاهَا, truly he succeeds, that purifies it. What's the word for succeed? أَفْلَحَ, from what root? فَلَحَ. What does فَلَحَ mean? Success, yeah, but success as a farmer. We are called in Al-Baqarah al-muflihun. The successful, yeah, but the successful farmers. A muflih in the Arabic language is a typical farmer. So what we went through earlier in talking about the soil and the seed and the sunlight and the water and all of that, that's what produces aflaha. Truly he succeeds, that pays attention to the purification process called the zakah. You thought that was giving money, didn't you? Zakah. According to this ayah, it has to do with whatever you're giving, being able to produce a level of purity in you. وَقَدْ خَابَ مَنْ دَسَّاهَا, and he fails that corrupts it. So dassaha has to do with corruption. You educators, do you know that the word educate is from the word idus? And idus means to bring out. The dus, the E means to bring out, like exit. And the D-U-C-E is from this word, dasa. And what is dasa? Corruption. So what is education? It's the bringing out of corruption for one side of the equation. For the other side of the equation that is thinking more positively, it's the bringing out of the dead, meaning the bringing out of, they see the human intellect in its elementary stages as being inert or dead, flatlined, and they see education as being responsible for giving life to that dead, inert mind. So in that sense, education means something good, but again, it's one of those words that you can't depend on totally, because there are different people who see different ways of manipulating that. So that's means corruption based on something that has died and has been allowed to hang around to the point where it has become putrid. So if you look this word up, you're going to see the idea of something stank being in the environment. That's the corruption it's talking about. The corruption of the herbage, the corruption of the foliage, the corruption of the agriculture, if you just let it sit around and you don't dispense and disperse with that in a way which allows assistance and nutrition to come to your family's table and to your neighbor's table and to people who don't have your farm like you do, who need it. They don't have what you have, and the rest of it you can sell on the market for reasonable prices. If you don't do that, then your agricultural life is going to become corrupt. And Allah says that He created you to grow like plants grow. So if you don't do that, you as a human version of vegetation are going to become corrupt, and you also will become stank. People won't want to be around you. Oh, here he come again. No, we got to listen to this for another hour in the khutbah. I didn't know he was going to be giving the khutbah. That's Now I'd like to leave you with this idea. Ancient Egyptians' conception of the soul, this is from Wikipedia, and listen very carefully to what they say, and this is going to be beautiful when you understand it. So throw some water on your face and stay with us about another 10, 15 minutes max, inshallah. The ancient Egyptians believed that a soul, and their word for soul is given in the K and the B sound in Egypt is pronounced ka and Ba. Does that sound familiar to you Muslims? Let's do this again. The ancient Egyptians believed that a soul, a Kaaba, was made up of many parts. In addition to these components of the soul, there was the human body called the Ha, whatever that H represents, occasionally a plural Hawa. Does that sound familiar? Hawa, meaning approximately sum of bodily parts. That's what this Kaaba means. The sum, the grand total of certain bodily parts. Listen carefully. Allah says in Al-Ma'idah, the table spread, that's Surah 5, Ayat 6. O you who have accepted faith, when you prepare for, they translate this as prayer, but the word, as you know, is salat, al-salat. When you prepare for as-salat, wash your faces, your wajh, and your hands, aydiyakum, yad, your hand, or your hands. And they say, and arms. And they say that because the word for hands also means arms, just like the word for foot also means a leg. And they get that also as an understanding from off of the walls of ancient Egypt that had that symbol. You know that symbol in ancient Egypt? Like that? Like making a door. It was like on the walls of ancient Egypt, people who knew how to make door. And it says, wash your hands, your faces. Listen to what Allah is saying. Your faces, your hands, and your arms to the elbows. Rub your heads with water and wash your feet to the ankles. That is your so-called wudu. Nothing else. No blowing out the nostrils 3 times. No going inside the ear. If you want to do all that, go, feel free. You know, if you need that, you can do that in the shower. Blow out your nose. I do. Clean in your ears more effectively than just, ritualistically doing that and going behind. Man, you let enough stuff build up behind your ears, man, and oh man, I ain't washed behind my ears in a minute. And that little thing you do during wudu, that don't stop that. You don't take the wax out your ear. No, it's ritualistic. People in the restrooms putting their whole foot in the sink, trying to perform wudu, what they think is wudu. And Allah says, lastly, and wash your feet to the ankles. Now, the word for ankles is this word right here. See it? Ka'bain. Ka'bain. The word for ankles is ka'bain. The ain part in ka'bain means 2. So it means your 2 ankles. One ankle is Kaaba. Kaaba. You want to know where Kaaba is in the Quran? It's right there. What does it mean according to Lane's lexicon? Kaf, Ain, Ba. It means to swell, to be prominent, protuberant, projection, budding, like your ankles are budding. They are protuberance on the sides of your feet. And this writer goes on to say that common examples of this budding and this swelling includes a woman's breasts, especially when filled with milk. And that's probably just about all you need to know. When you get down here to where they start describing it as anything elevated, because your ankles are not elevated, they protrude from the sides. When you get to where it says square, cubic, house, chamber, square form, now you're being introduced to the Persian intrusion into the original fitra-based Arabic or Arabia. The original fitra-based Arabia, these are the meanings for Kaaba. Once the Persians got hold of it, the ancient Persians, and they began to infiltrate al-Islam so that it became just Islam, they added these secondary meanings to justify the Kaaba that they themselves were already in the habit of circumambulating. And they wanted to keep that practice in vogue. You don't know it, but you're going to learn this in just a couple of weeks. That when Muhammad came back triumphantly into what they call Mecca, and they say that he, possibly along with Bilal, went into the Kaaba and destroyed the 365 idols. What they don't tell you, I'm talking about the Muslim scholars, is that the Prophet ordered the very Kaaba itself to be destroyed. Oh, I stepped on a big toe then. And they have hadith to support it, but most of us don't read all of that enough to know what is in there. It's reported in one hadith that Prophet Muhammad told his wife, I believe it was Aisha, he said that if I had a chance to have designed this Kaaba, he said, I would have designed it with a front and back door so people could go in and just hurry up and get out. Because he understood that it was in a place of idol worship. And you say, yeah, but he cleaned the idols out. Yeah, but if you understand what the original Kaaba was, that was in his day and time, you can find this in your research. It didn't only have stones and sticks that you could just pick up and move, or his hammer, sledgehammer, and destroy. It had pictures of idols that were carved into the inside of the building. The major one was called a Hubal. Do you know that it still exists there in Mecca? The god Hubal, H-U-B-A-L, and other ancillary gods that they worshipped, still part of the Kaaba and its precincts. Even where Safa and Marwa are, they have signs posted that represent some of the other gods of that day and time that the Quraysh were overtly infatuated with and worshiping on a daily and nightly basis. So his order was not to just take the idols out of the Kaaba. His order was to destroy the Kaaba. You say, well, no, Prophet wouldn't tell anybody to. Well, if it's such a sacred house, how come it's been destroyed at least 6 or 7 times since then? And rebuilt, destroyed, rebuilt, destroyed, rebuilt. The whole shape changed. It went from a square to a coffin shape. This is in Wikipedia. Just look up Kaaba. I don't have to do all of your homework for you, do I? It was why did they shape it like a coffin? Whose idea was that? Then it was the flood came and then they rebuilt it. Then Muslims who were warring against each other, killing each other, Muslims killing each other. This group wrestled it away from that group. This budding empire went and stole it, and they went to war and battle and bloodshed. And then the one who won, they destroyed it again. And then the ones who took over after that, they rebuilt it. So what you have right now as a Kaaba is as late a building as the 1990s, and you don't know that. The completion of it is as late as the 19. Look it up. Just Google how many times was the Kaaba destroyed or built and destroyed. And then the instructor Bilal won't have anything else to say because I didn't put that on the internet. I didn't put that in Wikipedia, but you can find it as soon as you hang up. You can find it right now and put it in the chat. I found it. So you see what Kaaba means. Now, Imam Muhammad mentioned that the Kaaba is symbolic of the human soul. See, you're not supposed to be worshiping a house, a physical house. The Kaaba represents the human soul. This was Imam Muhammad's findings. The soul is designed to graduate from lower aspirations that are materially focused to higher aspirations, which are spiritually centered on Tawheed. The symbol, these are my words now, not Imam Muhammad, the symbol of Tawheed that's connected to that square, that 4-square structure. And the 4-square structure is really just a symbol of the 4 basic elements that we began this conversation with. That Kaaba was just a symbol of the 4 major elements. And those elements are operating in you as your material nature, the nature of your intellect, the nature of your emotionality, and the nature of your governmental nature, that nature. That nature needs an increase in insight. Your intellect will not take you all of the way. The fire of your intellect will not take you to where Allah desired you to be graduated up to. The pineal is designed to do that. The pineal. So Tawheed is that point in our development where we recognize all things created as one thing under one superior source creator. Tawheed is the influence under which racism, sexism, classism, all of that ism stuff, it just disappears. That is the level of cosmic awareness. Tawheed. Allahu Ahad. That's where Tawheed comes from Allah being one and one alone. And if Allah is one and one alone, then everything he created should be related to that oneness. So all of that is Ahad, and Allah is also Wahid, which means that his oneness is also connected to every single thing that Allah has put into this multiverse. All of these many verses and universes that the Quran calls El-Alameen. All of the systems of knowledge should be reflecting that oneness is the point. So you don't need a physical Kaaba for that to happen. You don't need a physical Kaaba to remind you of Tawheed. The physical thing is what brought on idolatry. The conceptual Kaaba is what we're talking about, and it's represented in what your ankle suggests, or what the pregnant breasts of the woman that's ready to feed new life, in what that represents. And these are fitra-based meanings for these Quranic words that I'm giving you. So if you want to know why these fours are predominating the language of quote unquote Islam, the four major Sahaba, Ali, Uthman, who are the other two? Abu Bakr, and who's the fourth one?
Ali.
Yeah, we said Ali, Uthman,
Uthman,
Abu Bakr.
Osman, Abu Bakr.
Who's the fourth?
Umar.
Osman,
Oh,
Osman.
yes, I'm sorry, Uthman, yeah. Okay, so those are the four. But those four were brought before us, as I said earlier, because they were in a competition with the other religions. Christianity had its four, and they gave that to you as the four major gospels of the New Testament. So there goes your competition. The Christians have a four, we have to have a four. And we're not realizing that the four that they gave us were actually indicative of four natural processes in creation itself, including the four seasons. I've given this to you before, and I've showed you the exact alignment of Ali representing the spiritual nature. He was the most spiritual of those four. I told you that Abu Bakr, the rich man, was the one indicative of your material nature. I told you that Uthman, yes, that Uthman was the water one. He was the one who was prone to cry at the drop of a hat. He was very sentimental. So he represented the water element. And who's left? Who's left? Who didn't I mention in those four? You got away from me.
The fiery one.
Yeah, Umar. I don't even have to explain that to you. He was on his way to kill the prophet, according to that narrative, right? He was all hot-headed. He's fire. Uthman. They were scared of Uthman, like you scared of fire. You see fire encroaching? Oh, man. Oh, fan the flames here, right? So how could those four be perfectly matched with the four elements like that if it was not intentionally put into the language. So what am I saying with that? Am I saying there were no Sahaba? No, I'm not saying that. Allah does whatever he wants. He can make it match perfectly like that if he wants. But what I'm saying is that it is also, along with whatever that is in history that produced these personalities or these people, there is also an overriding fact. And that is that knowledge was fashioned and formed in history at some point by somebody's to match the previous religion's love for the worship of things in nature. If those personalities were that important, all of those names would be mentioned in the Quran. None of those 4 names are mentioned in the Quran. You might say, well, it speaks about the one who was in the cave with the prophet, and how come Allah didn't just say Abu Bakr? Allah mentioned Zayd, the so-called slave. He mentions Zayd by name in the Quran, and he was a minor Sahaba, so to speak. The Quran mentions the daddy of Ibrahim, Azar, and he was a bad guy, an idol worshiper. Allah mentioned their names. He couldn't mention Abu Bakr. Ali, his cousin, he couldn't mention Ali. So if you're going to remain on this Nunetics railway, you're going to have to open up your mind to new ideas. And I promise you, the new ideas will not be anti-you. They're not going to take anything away from you. In fact, they're going to do the exact opposite. They're going to begin to deliver to your doorstep information, wisdom, knowledge, understanding that the world of Muslim scholarship has been hiding from you for the last at least 1,200 years. That's impossible, instructor. How could they hide something from us? We have the Quran, we have the life of Muhammad, the Sirah. There ain't no way in the world they pull the wool over the Muslim world's eyes for at least 1,200 years. How long has Christianity been here? 2,000 years? They pulled the wool over their eyes early on during the Nicene Council, 325 AD, 300 something years after Christ, and got the world of Christians to believe that God had a physical son. And they've been believing that for almost 2,000 of those years. So don't tell me what the schemers can't do or haven't done. That's their modus operandi. A prophet comes, they immediately conspire. They say, if we can't do nothing with him, if we can't kill him and get rid of him, as soon as he dies, we got to go to work on him. We got to go to work on what he left, not on him. Muhammad was no enemy to the Quraysh. They loved him. They came to him, hey, settle this dispute. Hey, hold my wealth until I get back. They loved Muhammad, the person. They hated the message. So they were against the message. So as soon as he passed, he wasn't even cold in the ground. And they started conspiring against the message, against the Quran, by reconfiguring meanings, doing away with the fitrah-based meanings that he left them with, and substituting those meanings for Persian-oriented meanings, because the languages were so similar. And they have Persian dictionaries. You can do a comparative analysis of Persian dictionaries linked to English language, from Persian to English, and see for yourself. Just put in a Quranic word, and it is going to show you 2 different meanings for the same sounding word. Imam, what they told us about Imam is from the Persian logic. What they told you about as-salat is from the Persian logic. They call it namaz, prayer. The word hajj is in the lexicon of the ancient Persians. What's in the Quran about hajj is nothing related to what they have us doing annually or once in a lifetime. Do you see in the Quran where it says do that at least once in a lifetime? So where did you get all of this extra information? Do you see in the Quran where it says make salat as a ritual 5 times a day, and to do it this way, and to make wudu, and and if you fart, you got to do it over again? Do you see all of that in the Quran? The Quran speaks about this extra stuff that people bring as being a burden on the people. Allah never said, he said, you know, it's wrong to make haram that which Allah has made halal. That's in the Quran. But look at how many things they've made haram. Allah tells you even about foods that are haram. It's just 2 or 3 things that he mentions. Where we get this whole list of haram from the scholars. It's haram to, you know what one said? These are scholars, not regular people. He said to the married couple that if you're in the public, it's haram for you to hold your wife's hands unless she's wearing gloves. These are the people you want to continue to follow? You think they're taking you to Jannah? They're taking you to Jahannam. And like I said, if they don't like it, or if you don't like it, you go tell them, give them my number, put my email address and everything on here. And it's going to be on YouTube. They'll hear it. I'm built for battle. I want to see all of that false, fake, phony stuff eradicated and eliminated, because their arrows are pointing at our very souls, and they are attempting to eliminate us on the soul level. And if that's not an emergency signal in your ears, I don't know what to tell you after today's class. So that center we were talking about in the Kaaba is represented by the so-called black stone. The black stone is just their way of giving you a depiction of the pineal gland, that little peach-shaped rock in the middle of your brain that they like to go there and kiss and all of that. And they say that it became black from all of the sinful hands that touched it and the sinful lips that kissed it. They say it was originally white. So what are they telling you about black in that regard? So we're hearing all of this stuff. Again, it's related also to the idea of the pineal being the centerpiece of the brain itself. This is also a womb. The brain is a womb of development. You develop your thoughts here. Your feelings and stuff register in your nervous system that affects the spinal column when sounds and visions and things come into the head. And the brain regulates those things. Not all of it, and not as a sole authority, but on the most part, your brain is regulating all of those frequencies that are coming in from your 5 basic senses. And sitting square in the middle of that brain is that third eye pineal gland. That's your so-called black stone. The other black stone that they have you kissing and worshiping, that's not new. That was in ancient India. They were doing that. I hope you understand. Google a picture of the black stone in Mecca, and you'll see it enshrined or encased in an oval-shaped kind of cavern or cavity. And it looks exactly like the female vulva or vagina, that shape. It looks exactly like that. And they got you in there kissing it. If you take that shape and turn it horizontal with the black stone still in the middle, it becomes just a symbol of your eye, because it's referring to the third eye energy. They know that, but they won't teach us that. And their job is to keep your third eye blind. I'm going to show you in the next class where this eye, this singular eye, is spoken of in the Quran as Ayn al-Yaqeen, a single eye that is unquestionably correct in the way it sees things. I'm giving my own meaning to it. Yaqeen is translated as certain vision, the eye of certain vision, not guesswork, certain vision. Yaqeen. So that center is focused on what some call the third eye chakra, which is located at the level of the forehead. Take a quick look at this picture. Don't pay attention to the psychedelic stuff, but that's where your third eye is. And it can become activated through certain practices that are given to us in the Quran in detail. We'll go over that in the next few weeks. Imam W.D. Muhammad also mentioned that the intellect is a part of the nafs or the soul. Now, when the pineal gland, this is my words, these are not Imam Muhammad's words. Now, this is me speaking. Imam Muhammad said the intellect is part of the nafs or the soul. I'm saying when the pineal gland, which Imam Muhammad never spoke on, this is not Instructor Bilal saying that, well, he's saying the Imam said. No, I'm not saying the Imam said there. Most of what I bring you is what I said from my study. And what we're saying now from our collective study. So I'm speaking on the pineal gland. And I don't remember Imam Muhammad ever saying anything about the pineal gland. Not to my knowledge, maybe if I refresh myself with some of his earlier lectures, he may have said something and it got past me or whatever. I wasn't aware of it, so it didn't mean anything. So listen, when the pineal gland becomes activated through proper salat, zakat, and dhikr, remember those three words. The pineal gland becomes activated, enlightened, illuminated is the better word, illumined, through the proper salat, zakat, and dhikr. That's when the individual might come into a greater and much more magnificent, not consciousness, but awareness of its purpose and functionality while in this world. So you have to grow from simply being conscious, meaning a person who decides upon things with choice. Kan means with, chis means choice or choosing. So a conscious person is conscious because they're able to make judgments and accurate judgments, hopefully. But when you become aware, you are over and above what your conscious mind is able to achieve because you have tapped into cosmic awareness and the universe is now dictating to you, so to speak. It's now guiding you along Sirat al-Mustaqim, as-Sirat al-Mustaqim. The universe is doing that. So you'll know better than to be a Black Lives Matter proponent. You'll know better than to be a Ku Klux Klan's person. You'll know better than to believe that the physical Black man is a physical God on this earth, like Allah is God, and that you share in his Godhead. You'll know better than to say that the Creator has a flesh and blood son. When you come into the level of Tawheed, when you come into the level that is able to, even on a minor level, activate your pineal gland and bring your brain into some illumination, you'll start receiving downloads. And you'll know them to be true visions and true information, and there won't be anything spooky about it. So we'll continue this conversation next time we meet, which will be next Sunday. We're going to address the 3 levels of the soul. The 3 levels of the soul mentioned in the Qur'an. Nafsin la'amara, Nafsin lawama, Nafsin mutma'inna. We're going to discuss those 3 words, what they mean, and what their significance is for us, and how we are to get practical benefit from operating on these levels. If you need to reach me, you can do so at this email address, cosmicquran1@gmail.com. Spell it out for those of you on the phone. COSMICQURAN 1, the number 1, @gmail.com. And you can also email me if you want me to send you a copy of my book list. I am Instructor Benjamin Bilal. My number is 516-300-2257. Once again, 516-300-2257. If you're not on my regular email list, then email me for a copy of tonight's 5-hour class. I don't know how long we went tonight. All right. But you can email me and I will gladly, free of charge, send you a copy of this. In fact, I'm going to prepare it so that it will be available on YouTube in the next couple of days. But I won't know to send you that notice if I don't have your email address. So email me just to say, hey, I enjoyed the class, or I didn't enjoy the class, or you talked too long, or whatever you want to say to me, say it. All right. I still love you. So with that said, I'm not going to take any questions. I know there are questions in the queue, but the hour is late. My throat is raw, and I have some other things to do before turning in for tonight. And I think that's fair. Bayina is in the habit of sending me whatever questions you have in the queue. So she'll send me that, inshallah, later tonight or tomorrow morning, and I will answer those questions and those concerns or those comments through an email if I have your email address. If I don't, I can't help you. If I do, then we're good to go. All right, with that said, I greet all of you with the greetings of peace that obligate each and every one of us to keep the peace. Salamun alaikum. Thank you for being with me.
Alaikum assalam.
Alaikum salam.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Let me stop this recording. That's one. Hold on. All right.